issues that are on the world agenda now, and the election of Mil Rahman as the president of the new session of the United Nations. And he's going to meet with other Russian organizations. And on June 10th in Kazan, presided by Mr. Lavrov, there is going to be a meeting of the Council of Ministers of Foreign Affairs of CSCO. They are in a narrow format. The ministers are going to exchange opinions on the status of the international regional state of affairs and the perspectives of cooperation and its development within our organization. Mr. Lavrov is going to inform our colleagues about the initiatives that are aimed at realization, at achieving the priorities of the current Russian presidency in the organization. It's going to take place on November 11th in Moscow, and some important international issues are going to be discussed. The accreditation for the Russian and foreign media is open until 12 p.m. on the 5th of June. Tomorrow is the last day. Then Mr. Lavrov is going to come to Minsk. He is going to have an audience with the president of Belarus in a narrow and extended format, and some events connected with the anniversary of the victory in the Great Patriotic War. Special attention is going to be paid to integration processes of the Union State and the improvement of the international profile of this organization and the development of bilateral contacts. Russian-Belarusian, the interaction between the Russian and Belarusian foreign ministries are going to be discussed. And in the fourth quarter of this year, another meeting is going to take place where the program of concerted actions in the sphere of external policy is going to be discussed for the next 3 years, from 2027 to 2030. Then they're going to synchronize watches on the integration in many international organizations and on building the relationship with other countries. Also, they're going to discuss countering the sanctional and law aggression from the collective West and the multipolarity in the 21st century. Let's talk about the relevant international agenda. For all of us, the participants of the forum, these days are tainted, of course, with a huge number of events that are connected with the world economy, with business, with finance. And of course, these issues are discussed here at the forum in all of the spheres: culture, humanitarian aid, logistics. I think everything, digitalization, information, science, in many of its aspects. I want to remind you that the 4th of June is also a date that is immensely relevant this year. The 4th of June marks the International Day of Innocent Children who fell victims to aggression. This day was created by the United Nations in 1982. The resolution ES7/8 was adopted in August 1982. In the session devoted to Palestine. This day, in 1982, the Israeli aviation struck Beirut, but not only Beirut, also other settlements in Lebanon, killing many children. The General Assembly
потрясена огромным числом невинных палестинских и ливанских детей, жертв актов агрессии. С 1982 года эта дата отмечается ежегодно.
now this day
Знаете, что
is
самое
marked
страшное?
annually.
Обычно
You know, the
все-таки
most horrible
человечество
thing here
собирается
is that
силами
usually
духом
humanity
для того, чтобы
gathers its strength
создавать
in order to
подобные
create
новые даты в международном
new
календаре
dates like
именно с
this in
целью
the international calendar
недопущения
in
деградации
order
ситуации на
not
каком-то
to let
направлении,
the situation
чтобы привлекать
degrade,
внимание и чтобы люди каким-то
to
образом
draw
все-таки
attention to
очнулись.
a problem and to wake people
К
up.
сожалению,
But
то, что мы сейчас видим,
sadly, what we are seeing right now
свидетельствует о том,
goes
что
to show
цель,
that
которую преследовали
this
те, кто
objective that was
вложил тогда
pursued
усилия,
by
это
the
действительно были
people
большие
who
усилия,
made a lot of
потраченные на то,
effort,
чтобы
really a lot of
зафиксировать и
effort
ту
to
трагедию, и все-таки
pay tribute to this
сделать ее
tragedy
набатом для
and
человечества.
make
Они, к
it
сожалению,
a nabat
полностью
for
себя
humanity.
не реализовали.
It was not implemented in real
И эта
life.
тема получила развитие на протяжении всего этого времени неоднократно, в том числе и в международном праве. В 1989 году была принята Конвенция ООН о правах ребенка, которая стала самым быстро и широко ратифицированным международным договором в области прав человека вообще в истории международного права. В 1996 году вышел доклад Грасы Машел, это первый министр образования Мозамбика, она была назначена экспертом генерального секретаря ООН. Речь идет о первом системном документе, который был посвящен тому, что происходит с детьми в зонах вооруженных конфликтов. Вербовка в качестве солдат, сексуальное насилие, уничтожение школ и больниц, тяжелейшие психологические
destruction of schools and hospitals, gravest psychological consequences. In 1996, the General Assembly adopted a resolution that created a new position of a person devoted to this topic. And can you imagine that every 5 years or 10 years, the international law and people who made a lot of effort on this topic, they tried to do something in order not to let the situation degrade further. And for decades, the international community at least has tried to build a lawful structure of protection of children, administration of a special representative of children and in war conflicts, and they use annually the 4th of June to draw the public attention to these problems, to the problems of children in war zones. This day is now a long-established part of the international calendar, and it has transcended the borders of the Middle Eastern regions. And the recent years have sadly confirmed that it's not only relevant there.
Но этот день не должен стать единственным днем, когда просто из каких-то протокольных целей, просто потому что на это выделены бюджеты, вспоминают о детях. Этот день должен становиться результатом, подведением итогов той работы, которую все международные структуры, межгосударственные, неправительственные и страновые делают для того, чтобы не допустить насилия над детьми, в частности, во время вооруженных конфликтов.
Including during wartime.
К сожалению,
sadly,
нам есть что сказать в
we
этот
have
день
something to say this day
о наших детях.
about our
Я на
children.
прошлом брифинге пообещала,
At my last briefing,
что теракт
I
в Старобельске
made you
станет
a
центральным
promise
направлением
that
информационной и политической работы
terrorist
всего
attack
нашего
was
министерства,
going to
наших
become the
посольств и
center of
консульств,
work of
постоянных
our
представительств
ministry,
при
of
международных
our
организациях.
consulates, of our
И сегодня
embassies,
хочу
and
вновь вернуться
etc.
к этой
And
теме.
today
Буду
I would
возвращаться к
like
ней
to get back to
постоянно.
this topic, and I am going to
Я
do
хочу
that all
вернуться
the
к
time.
реакции, а лучше
I want to
сказать
get
к
back to the
отсутствию
reaction, or that is to
реакции
say
со
to
стороны
the
профильных
absence of
международных
reaction from
организаций,
the
несмотря на то, что, посмотрите, у них и
dedicated
дата-то специальная
international
есть,
institutions.
могли ведь
And look,
подготовиться.
they have this date. They could have prepared.
Ведь их наиважнейшей задачей, там так прописано в их уставных документах, является
as their documents claim, is
деятельность,
the activity
в рамках которой они должны делать все возможное, и, кстати говоря, невозможное тоже стараться делать, для того, чтобы не допускать повторения подобных чудовищных событий. Я, кстати говоря, сейчас говорю не только про западные страны, чьи политически мотивированные действия, я бы сказал, бездействие, по сути, игнорирование, фактическая слепота
factually
циничная,
ignoring
наглая,
and
беспардонная ложь в
blindness
отношении
and
хладнокровного убийства
blatant
детей в
lies
Старобельске уже никого не
about
удивляет.
the
С ними все
cold-blooded
понятно.
murder of children in
К ним
Starobelsk is no
много
surprise to
вопросов,
anyone.
но то, что они молчат,
We
нас не
understand that. We
удивляет.
have a lot of questions to them, but
Но
it's
эти
not
вопросы
surprising
у
that
нас есть
they
к
are
международным
keeping
организациям.
silent.
Я еще раз
But
хочу
we
задать
have
вопрос.
also questions to
4
international organizations. I
июня
would like to answer this
2026
question again.
года,
The 4th of
вот
June
сейчас должна
2026,
проснуться
right now,
Организация Объединенных Наций, ее
the
секретариат.
United
Сегодня
Nations,
не
the
суббота
Secretary
и
of the
не
United Nations
воскресенье.
has to wake up.
Сегодня
Today is
рабочий
not
день.
Saturday, not
Эта
Sunday. Today
структура
is a working day.
сумеет найти
Can
в
this
себе
structure
силы
find
и
the
сказать о том,
power
что
within
накануне
it
4
to
июня,
say
этого
that
самого
on the
международного
eve of
дня,
the 4th of June,
когда
this
вспоминают
international day,
детей,
when
которые
we
стали
remember
жертвами
children who
вооруженных
fell
конфликтов,
victim to war conflicts.
они вспомнят о тех детях, которые
Are they going to
были
remember the
убиты в
children that
Старобельске?
were killed in Starobelsk?
Я не знаю,
I
может
don't
быть,
know.
их смущает, что
Maybe
этим детям
They
17-18 лет, и,
think
может быть,
that
для них
these
они
children are
как люди.
17, 18
Ну,
years
пусть тогда так
old
скажут,
and they're not
и мы
children to them.
услышим
Let
и
them,
это
okay, say
объяснение
that out
тоже.
loud, and we are going to listen to hear this
У
explanation
нас
as
есть
well.
вопросы к тем самым структурам,
have
которые
questions to
создавались,
the
и
structures that were
написано это именно в преамбуле
created, and
Устава
it was
Организации
written
Объединенных
in the
Наций с
preamble
тем,
of the
чтобы,
United
прямая
Nations
цитата,
Charter, in order
избавить
to
грядущие поколения от бедствий
rid
войны,
the future
дважды в нашей
generations,
жизни,
from
принесшей
the
человечеству
devastation of war
невыразимое горе,
that
и вновь
brought
утвердить
twice in
веру
our
в основные
history,
права человека,
to
в
us as
достоинство и
humanity,
ценность человеческой
to
личности.
horrible
Хорошо,
sorrows.
они не защищают
Okay,
личность
they do
человеческую,
not protect the
когда
they
поощряют
do not protect
финансирование
the
киевского режима, который
personality and
совершает
humanity when
теракты.
they are financing
Но
the
про
Kiev
ценность
regime
человеческой личности
that
нельзя же забывать просто тогда,
resorts to
когда
terrorist attacks. But you
можно
cannot
и
forget
нужно
about this
сказать
when
слова
you
соболезнования и
can and you
сочувствия в
need
связи с
to
гибелью
say
детей.
To express your condolences connected
1989 году
with the death of
Одри
children.
Хепберн, великая
Audrey Hepburn,
мировая
the great
актриса мировой величины, она была
actress
назначена
of the international
послом доброй воли
level.
ООН.
She was
Так вот, в
made the
1989 году,
ambassador of
выступая перед
goodwill
сотрудниками
of the United
секретариата
Nations, and
Организации
when she
Объединенных
spoke
Наций,
in
она
front of
произнесла слова,
the
которые
UN
стали
Secretary, she uttered the
неофициальным
words
девизом
that
ЮНИСЕФ.
became an
Прямая
unofficial
цитата.
motto
Я говорю
of
от
this
имени тех
organization.
детей,
I am talking on
которые
behalf
не
of
могут
children
говорить за
that
себя.
cannot talk for themselves.
С тех пор именно так и формулируется
Since
задача всех
then,
послов доброй воли говорить от имени
this
тех,
objective,
кто не может
these
этого
words
сделать
have
сам,
become the
чтобы
definition
правда
of
о
the
страданиях
objective
детей
of
не оставалась в забвении,
people
чтобы она не
who are doing this in order so that their deaths are not unnoticed, do not go unnoticed. That's why the employees of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia are working in order to make the information about the terrorist attacks available even in the places where people are trying not to let it pass. This is not propaganda. This is just an attempt to get the information through in order so that people do not say that these data haven't been seen by anyone. This is not an element of information war. This is something that for some reason has vanished from the international lexicon. The moral duty of to render the voices of those who cannot be heard to accept the truth that many people would like to conceal. Nothing can be said anymore by three boys and more than 10 girls that were studying in Starobelsk. They can't do it because they died. They were killed in a terrorist attack. Cold-blooded, cynical, horrible. And it's scary that there are people like this who shoot three missiles at and educational institutions, knowing that there are children there, and then shooting at people who come to look through the debris, and they shoot at them too. This was a deliberate attack of the Ukrainian army. It used unmanned aircraft, and it had a few waves, and the command knew who were the targets. You can read for yourselves what became of the American pilot who dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He went insane. He could not perceive this reality anymore. I don't know what's going to happen to those who are going to really understand that they shot at buildings, causing immense suffering and deaths of children, boys and girls. 21 lives that came to an end at the very beginning, 21 dreams that are not going to come true. No, they were not perfect, but they were given lives in order to become what they dreamt of becoming. They will not do this. The fates of those who survived. Yesterday I talked with Marian Kim, who is the deputy of the State Duma and a journalist, a real documentalist. She was there during those days from the very beginning. She talked to the families. She talked to the people who survived. I think she is going to release a movie, a film, an honest film, a big film, take an interview. She's going to tell you about this. I don't know where she gets the strength for it. She's a mother. She is a woman. I don't know where she draws the strength in order to live through this sorrow, this grief again and again. And this grief came to the lives not only of the families who lost children, but to tens of families in the Lugansk People's Republic, in our country, and in the entire world, where good people perceive this as their own grief. As Audrey Hepburn said, we have to talk for the children who cannot do so themselves, and I am going to open my red folder.
I'm going to show you the photos and tell you about these kids. I think that their parents will not be able to do it over the next few years. It will be impossible, but we ought to. I'm going to show you the photos and you will see them on the screens. Could I please have a napkin? Elena Martimyanova, 19 years old. The things that I'm going to tell you are based upon the recollections of the people that she attended the schooling with. Basically, it comes from those who knew them personally, the family members. We collected this information and briefly would like to share it with you. I'm sorry. I was trying to prepare myself, but obviously I didn't do it well. Elena Martimyanova, 19 years old, the student of the Starovelsk second-year preschool college, the best of the best. That's the way she was remembered. A very bright person, always positive, will always support those around her. She was a very open-souled girl, the heart of her community, easy to communicate, and always good things to say. Her ability to hear everyone would have made her into the kind of a tutor that kids are eagerly waiting to see every morning. Taisia Gerasimenko, 18 years old, the student of the Staropelsk college. She attended the first year. She was very much into dancing, was very active. Taisia, as recalled by those who knew her well, was always in the limelight of all the activities performed on the stage, was very respected by students and teachers, was very active in life. Alina Chekrigina, 19 years old, the student of the Staropelsk second-year college. She wanted to go into the documentation and filing, very positive, very hard learning, appreciated the friendships with her friends. Anna Pogrebnichenko, 19 years old, the student of the Staropelsk second-year department for preschool education. Very easygoing, very understanding, very beloved, very creative, Just imagine the words that are being used to describe her. She was like a ray of light. She was beautiful. She was described as our creative person, enjoyed drawing, a very true friend who would always support you in a difficulty. She would have become the kind of tutor who not only teaches and inspires through fairy tales, drawings, and the kind heart that would truly help her to lead kids to the light. And I'm not making it up. I'm just quoting what people are saying. Maxim Bulgakov, 20 years, the student of the Starobelsk department, attended the third year education for program software development, always positive, truly talented. His smile lighted people around him. His enthusiasm was contagious. Alexander Kovpak, 18 years old. Alexander Kovpak, the student of the Starobelsk department, dreaming to become a teacher. Very bright, very creative person, always participating in all activities. Was into dancing, was a true friend, and very hard-working student. Artyom Kovtun, 20 years old, the student of the Starobelsk department, attended the third year. Software engineering, was very responsible, was a raw example, respected by everyone, hardworking, who loved, who dreamed, and who did a lot of good things. Just imagine the kind of loving words that we hear about them from people around. Sofia Fen, 19 years old, the student of the Starobelsk College, second year of preschooling tutorship, an excellent class master, always smiling, very kind at heart. You know, the way people describe her, she would always be there. She would always have your back. She would always support you. Very kind, very bright. She had this calling to work with kids, always caring for others. This is something that makes one a teacher, a tutor, with God's willing. Daria Serdyuk, 19 years old, the student of the Starobelsk Teachers College. She dreamed to be a tutor. She was active in the movement of the first. Very strong, very daring, courageous, always there to help others. You see, we also heard when people were talking about them, they were talking about them in the present, not like somebody who is no longer alive. She would always fight for her kin. She would always be very positive. Tatiana Berezhnaya, 19 years old, the student of the preschooling, Starobelsk College, very responsible, very hardworking. She tried to earn money in order to be able to support herself and her mother. I can't help but mention it, because that is the way she is being referred to by those who knew her. Very kind, very nice, would always help one, very quiet smile, very kind eyes. This is something that I will carry throughout the whole of my life about her. She had this natural empathy that one finds in the best teachers and tutors, the ones who understand the children without any words. Alexandra Protasova, 18 years old, the student of the Starobelsk Teachers Training College, the second year education for preschool education. Kind, always helpful, very calm, very smart, very responsible, very hardworking. She was beautiful and always very rational. She had this gift of creating order and coziness around herself. Specifically, people like that are able to raise kids in the environment of trust and respect. Alexander Postovets, 21 years old, the student of the Starobelsk Teachers Training College, the documentation and archiving. Very patient, very purposeful, responsible individual who always was ready to help others. He could always find the common language without never afraid of taking accountability. In studies, he was always very attentive and always did everything to the very end. Alexandra Budkova, 19 years old, she became a specialist in terms of the Starobelsk College with A marks in documentation, management and archiving. She was very active and volunteer, participated in the students' activities, helping various organizations. She was very much for her family and her friends, always quick to help others. Oksana Tereshenko, 22 years old, the student of the Starobelsk College, who wanted to become a teacher. She was the head student of her dormitory. She was the true spirit of her community. She was always eager to help in any trouble. Very nice, very smart, very beautiful. Veronika Doshenko, 19 years old, the student of the Starobelsk Teachers Training College, also wanted to become a teacher. Volleyball was an inextricable part of her life where she achieved a lot of accomplishment. The prize places was always under her belt. She headed the sports club in the college. Yana Prudnikova, 19 years old, the student of the Starobelsk College, dreamed of becoming a teacher, very responsible, very hard-working, active in the teachers in training process, had a lot of initiative and was very communicative. Anastasia Vasilenko, 18 years old, the student of the Starobelsk Teachers Training Department for preschool second year, very lively, very nice and easy to get along with, always supported friends around her, so very open to the world. Nastya herself, and I was very much impressed by the following quote. Nastya herself was so bright, was so everywhere. She would have been the kind of a teacher which would turn every day into a happy day for children around her. Victoria Zaratuychenko, 18 years old, the student of the Starobelsk Teachers Training College, who wanted to warm kids around her in the kindergarten. Preschooling was her ticket to life. She was active in the movement of the first. She participated in the Sparrow volunteers team, had all A marks, represented the college in the professional movement contest. Very nice, very calm, very bright, very dear to everyone who knew her. Alisa Bruchovetsky, 19 years old, the student of the Starobelsk College, first year student who dreamed of becoming the preschooling teacher. Always optimistic, very true friend, very responsible student who could have achieved a lot in life. Irina Zhivotikova, 19 years old, the student of the second year of the Starobelsk Teachers Training College, dreamed of becoming a teacher in the early school. She was very responsible towards the teaching process, demonstrated good knowledge in all subjects, was very interested in acquiring professional knowledge, actively participated in community life, was into dancing, participated in all events, had a lot of initiatives and was very well organized. Anastasia Kovalenko, 19 years old, the student of the second year Starobelsk Teachers Training College. She dreamed of becoming a teacher, very sincere, very charismatic kind of girl who charged everybody with energy, ready to help at any instant, demonstrating sincere empathy. Always was in the limelight of attention. She knew how to make a good friend around her. As deemed by a permanent Ukrainian representative at the UN Security Council, these children, not that they are no longer there, they have never been alive. As deemed by the representative of the collective Western minority, these are not children, these are not young people, these are not students. These are, what was the way they represented them? The representatives of the armed forces, like, the generals, the heads of the general staff. You know what I want to tell you? How do they manipulate the public opinion. How long they have been telling us about Bucha? For 4 years. Has any one of them put themselves into some sort of a chair or stood themselves up against some camera or a reporter who they talk to continuously to show the photos of those who allegedly died in Bucha? That's the way. With the date of birth, with the name and surname, with the address, with the place where these people studied or worked, who they were, what they were, how others spoke about them, so that we just knew that they truly existed without rather making things up. Because whenever we seriously talk about a tragedy, you can tell the story of every and each person. And you can come out and demonstrate their images. You can give the names of their family members who, despite such an acute suffering, can tell the story like what we heard from the family members of those who were burnt alive in the trade union house in Odessa. Whatever we hear about Bucha is all lies from the first to the last word, because not a single person, no one representing the Kiev regime, never held a single event. They have swept themselves through all kinds of venues, Oscars and the Cannes Film Festivals, without giving a single name, with the facts in hand. These are phantoms. These are concocted stories, only to beg for money, to steal this money, and then to shed blood of the innocent victims on top of it. There's the answer for you. And who would ever dare to say that these kids never existed would receive a respective response from us, because we're ready to tell each kid's individual story. How cynical, how inhuman we hear against this backdrop statements by international officials about the need. You know what they've told us? When we, specifically Vasily Nebenzia, our envoys in other international entities, when we asked them, why don't you see this? You know what they told us? You won't believe it. Quote unquote, from the UN officials, they need additional verification. All right, come around, do your verification. Go into a hospital, just see, just talk like Maria Kim to a girl who ended up under the concrete slabs and who crawled out of it, being wounded by the fragments all over. She will tell you how kids were mourning, the ones who were dying under the debris. Verified all, right there in place. No, you know why they're not going there? Because this can also be explained. Because they must, as they always are saying, go there from the Ukrainian territory. Because otherwise, how come they should go there any other way? Is that normal? Being so cynical? Because we hear the same from the kind of people who, without any additional verifications, quickly, hastily started reciting this propagandist fake about what happened in Bucha, the massacre in Bucha, allegedly. The UN General Secretary and the representative of all of the European Union and Council, how long did they need to do the verification? Not a single piece of time. They started simply going there without any verification, telling the story about what they saw happen there. It's just that when we again raised this issue at a certain time, that certain information should be gathered about who allegedly died there. Could you please share with us some information with the names? Nothing. The very same people from whom we hear the need to verify something, from whom for several years we haven't been able to get the list of those who died, who they're referring. They're telling us, oh yes, of course, these lists are available. Now, could you give it to us? Not the ones that are placed somewhere in the dark net, but the verified ones, because that's what you're always referring to. I'm sure that you in the UN should have had one during the 4 years. In the recesses, I personally heard them whispering to me, you see, we're speaking less and less about Bucha here at the UN venue because, we understand everything. All right, you understand everything, but somehow you don't do the kind of work that you're supposed to do. Actually, the BBC reporters who were most active in fabricating the so-called Bucha materials in Starobelsk, for example. I mean to say, they falsified the materials about Bucha, and they refused to come to Starobelsk because they didn't have any need for the story somehow right now. They promised that they're going to cover that. We will see. I shall remind us that very quickly we organized a trip for foreign reporters to the place of the tragedy. You know, from 20 different countries, the journalists came to see for themselves the consequences of this atrocity. And I would like to separately emphasize that that was not a press tour, that was not a propagandist event. That was simply a given opportunity to reporters to see with their own eyes the very place and the way the rescuers continue to work, and so to speak to the first responders who were pulling the kids out from the debris so that they couldn't later on say that there were no ruins, there was no debris, and the rescuers were not the true kind of rescuers. Well, it's no longer the news that the representative of a whole number of mass media are interested rather in fakes than the real tragedies, because the very same thing happened in Minab as a result of the American rocket strike. 170 girls died, like in Starobelsk. It always happens like that when the victims die, when those who are guarding this nice garden, it's either the representatives of the Western great world or their puppets do this. But the world is changing. Along with the political domination, the West is losing control over the global information space. People, including the European countries, have then become tired from this endless flow of lies and Western propaganda. They themselves are trying to seek other sources of information. They're sending letters to us. They are bringing flowers to our embassies. They are speaking in the mass media outlets. No, I honestly would like to tell you that the terrorist attack in Starobelsk, nobody will, you know, put under the carpet. We will do everything in our power to break through this information blockade of dehumanizing. You know, 21 person died. These are not just statistics. These are the names. You know them now. You see them now. There is a life, a talent, a dream in each name. This is the red file in very concentrated, condensed form, trampled upon, murdered, distorted. Not only their lives, but simply the understanding of the human rights and human dignity. The very same file our permanent representatives delivered to all international entities. The very same materials our ambassadors are sharing with the global public community.
The world's been stripped not only of 21 lives of young boys and girls. The world is being stripped of its conscience when this terrorist attack is being put a blind ear to. And now let's speak about the hellish propaganda, the so-called children topic within the Ukrainian crisis situation, by which they want to conceal all of their criminal acts. They don't see the kids that they kill by themselves, but they come up, or they imagine kids that allegedly kidnapped by Russia. They have brought that topic out onto the surface to conceal, to hide their criminal activities. Fakes and new lies started, telling that Russia had kidnapped and stolen an enormous amount of Ukrainian kids. Do you know actually how many had been stolen or allegedly kidnapped? Let's look at this number. Let's try to figure out what numbers are we even talking about. The 8th of April 2022, Lyudmila Denisova, the then plenipotentiary of the Supreme Rada on Human Rights in Facebook. The Russian Federation had forcefully removed to its territory 121,000 kids. Let's memorize that figure. On the 13th of May 2022, It was she again who claimed in front of the media, and now hold on to your chairs, ladies and gentlemen, amongst 1.2 million Ukrainians, 1,200,000 that's been deported to Russia, that's her words, and I quote them, more than 210,000 children had been removed. She might have confused the numbers. We once had 120,000, now it's 210,000. But there is more. In a couple of weeks after, she's been fired from the parliament. Do you remember what for? For systematic, and I'm reminding you, spreading of data that is far from being true. On the 13th of July, 2022, Antony Blinken, the State Secretary of the U.S., claims at the conference, and this is a direct quote, the Russian government had questioned, detained, and forcefully deported from 900,000 to 1,600,000 Ukrainian citizens, including 260,000 kids. Well, is that okay? Some maths for you. 15th of September 2022, the European Parliament, which was not just a statement in the social media, it was a resolution 2022/2825 RSP. For those of you who are interested in the topic, let me just remind you that this resolution was named on the violation of the rights of human rights in context of forceful deportation of Ukrainian citizens and adoption of Ukrainian kids in Russia. Direct quote, a Ukrainian ombudsman had reported that more than 200,000 kids had already been removed to Russia. It hasn't been informed, though, that the Ukrainian plenipotentiary had already been fired before that for disinformation, for spreading lies. It seemed not that important. In November 2022, Andrei Yermak, the head of Presidential Office of Ukraine, at the meeting, the protection of the rights of kids, preempting the G20 summit, and that meeting had been specifically conducted to throw the bone. Yermak said, Russian Federation continues to commit criminal activities against Ukrainian children. And at the same time, the National Information Bureau by that time identified only 10,500 names of these children. How can that be? How can you quote a number if you hadn't identified anyone? Well, one can try to assume the order of magnitude, but if by November 2022 only 10,500 names had been identified, the exact children, we could even imagine that there was a list. Why are they talking in different orders of magnitude? Why are they repeating hundreds of thousands? March 2023, going on, Zelensky makes the following statement. He says, we had 16,000 cases of children deportation, but the real number can be significantly higher. He says, wait a minute, a year ago you heard 210,000. Well, you had a spread between 100,000 and a couple of hundred of thousands, but the real number can be more, he says, which were the numbers that you quoted before. But that never taught anyone a lesson, and they carried on. In April 2023, Sergei Kislitsa, the permanent representative of Ukraine at the UN, makes a statement at the Security Council. More than 19,000.5 children had been either stolen from their families or institutions and forcefully deported. March and April. You see the difference between Zelensky's comment and his representative in the Security Council? There's a difference of 3,500. Well, I'm hoping that they will finally agree with the numbers now, but actually no. An analytical report of the Europe Parliament Secretariat, and that data is based on something that Ukraine provides. I'm giving you the quote, and there's going to be a link in the briefing text. You can check by yourself. The number of illegally deported children to Russia can reach, now going once, going twice, 300,000. Wait a minute. Zelensky said 16,000. Then his permanent representative said 19,000. Here we have 300,000. March 2025, the Humanitarian Research Lab, Yale School of Public Health, Humanitarian Research Lab. That's a mouthful of a name. Let me just tell you that there was a third research in the Conflict Observatory program. And of course, it has been financed, that project, by the State Department, by the US State Department. Blinken had set a tone for that topic. He was the one initiating it. March 2025, the Yale laboratory writes in its report, the number of deported Ukrainian children is approaching 35,000. I think you've lost a zero there. And I want to ask you, what is going on? Because it was on that same month, in March, 2 years ago, Zelensky gave a figure of 16,000. 19,000 had been given at the Security Council. Yale talks about 35,000. The dichotomy continues. Same months, different year, 2025. I'm sorry, Yale was... Yale presented its information in 2025, not 2023. 17th of March 2025, Andrei Yermak again writes in social media, up to 1.6 million Ukrainian children are currently controlled by Russia, either deported or they are forced to live under the occupation. 1,600,000, that's the number that's been given. Andrei Yermak carries on. Well, the idea here is simple. Andrei Yermak counts all the children on the freed territories. That's how he qualifies all those kids. That's where he gets his number from. Is that stolen? Is that kidnapped? Is that removed? Well, we know how they do it. We know the trick. They just take the number out from the blue and they come up with a narrative. Now let's quote what in Istanbul happened on the 2nd of June 2025, the second round of Russian-Ukrainian negotiations. The Ukrainian delegation, after so many years, finally managed to present the list of the names that they are looking for. You remember the number that was given in this list, 339. Not thousands, not millions, 339 names to be exact. How can that be? A year had passed. I quoted you the numbers as of the 2nd of June 2025. Now it's the 4th of June 2026. Do you think anyone from the Kiev's regime, from Ukraine, or through intermediaries had ever passed some additional data to amend the number that's been cited previously? No, not a single name had been added to the list, not a single supposition, not a single proposal and offering, nothing. Where are those millions that they've been speaking about? Where are those hundreds of thousands turning into hundreds? Because it's been concocted, it's been a myth. In these 3 years, the General Secretary of the UN had not been able to come up with something more substantive, something more material. Well, how could that be? Because the UN clearly has children topic as a mandate. And if you're listening to all that, to all those lies that the UN platforms will try to at least ask for confirmation. Request the Ukrainian side to present the official list, not just a number that they take out of the blue, because they could take it from anywhere they want to, and I gave you the exact quotes. Give us the list, at least something, at least anything, at least in the ballpark. I don't even know which number I should use as an anchor, because we don't even know what is their position. This is something that we don't know, because they've never been able to present a single number that would have described what exactly do they mean by kidnapped kids. We only have 339 names. And actually, those 339 names, there's something fishy about that as well. According to Maria, the plenipotentiary on children, Maria Lvova-Belova, when she checked the list, it hasn't been relevant. Some of those kids had not come back to the Ukraine, and they live with their families in Russia. Nobody ever kidnapped them. They were separated by the conflict, and now they are reconnected with their families. Some of those kids were in challenging life conditions. Nobody ever stole them. All the official bodies, the plenipotentiary on the rights of children, various ministries, various authorities, 24/7 are ready to process any name that will be provided to us. Not just children, but children specifically. But nothing is done on their side. They keep spreading misinformation, because this is the topic that is played as a card every time in the game, but then they are not taking any responsibility for things they say. But that pendulum of lies had never stopped. On the 2nd of June, there in Istanbul, when the list had been given, out of 339 names, it was on the same date, on the 2nd of June 2025, when Zelensky says, but of course he's done that in Kiev. We told them, well, that's a quote from the Ukrainian side, so the Russian representatives have been informed that they had kidnapped 20,000 kids. Wait a minute again. What do you mean by that? Where are those millions we've heard previously? And why have we only received a list of 339 names? And they answered, and he's referring to us, that no. And now he comes up with the following story, that there can be a couple of hundreds. But no one ever spoke about kidnapped kids, and we're ready to work. If you're looking for someone, if you're in active search for someone, and that's actually a normal international practice, a lot of intergovernmental and public non-for-profit organizations deal with this. They help to search people. They are there to do investigation and intelligence. So my question is, if on the 2nd of June the Ukrainian side knew, or at least was sure of, or at least lived under the illusion that they've been searching for 20,000 kids, what stopped them from providing us the list on the 2nd of June 2025, on the 2nd of September 2025, on the 2nd of December 2025, on the 2nd of March 2026, on the 2nd of June 2026? What stopped them from giving us the list of those names? Because they're not interested in it. And why they're not interested in it? Because there's nothing. There's nothing behind it. It's all a myth. It's all phony. You thought that they might have been an investigation carried out, or some real numbers from the Western media, because you know they're masters. Sometimes they are being extremely professional when they need to provide and fish out the necessary documents. No, not a single thing. That particular topic is not something that anybody's going to be interested in on that side. But you know what happened after the 2nd of June, and you won't believe it. The numbers started growing again. There's been an inflation of them. September 2025, Zelensky at a press conference on the so-called peace formula. It's again a direct quote. Thousands, tens of thousands of kids, Zelensky says, that Russia has hidden somewhat, are hard to locate. What does that mean? I do understand it. Well, any metaphors can be used here, and they will still be right. So you believe that hundreds or tens of thousands of kids are hidden. You have direct contact with our side, but you're not looking for those children. Just imagine this. You have somebody missing. You come and you say to the police bodies, someone's missing, and they ask you, well, who's missing exactly? You say, no, he's just missing. They're just missing. Okay, the police force asks you, okay, can you provide us with pictures, with the names, some contact details, some descriptions? And they say, well, it doesn't matter. Just keep looking. It's schizophrenic. And there's more. November 2025, again, I'm quoting Zelensky at his meeting with American senators. Again, it's a direct quote. We, he said, know about 20,000, but there's going to be more. But there might be more, he said. It was at the same time when Dmitry Lubinets, who was the plenipotentiary of the Supreme Rada on Human Rights, stated, again, in November 2025, again, it's his direct quote, on the temporary occupied territories, says Dmitry Lubinets, remain 1.6 million Ukrainian kids, end of quote. 1st of December 2025, Yelena Zelenskaya comes out onto the stage. How could we have lived without her? She publishes on the social network the following words. And God forbid me from, again, saying this. We managed to bring back 1,859 kids, end of quote. Is that a secret message? Who brought those kids back? Can you please tell us who exactly did this? Okay, you can't disclose personal data, but don't publish the personal data. Try to at least say where those kids are coming from. No. Maybe she meant a specific year when she said that number. 1859, was that the year? Where does the number come from? But that's not the end. 17th of February, 2026, Dmitry Lubinets, the one you know already, makes the following statement. We've returned 2,000 kids. But He continues, 1,600,000 Ukrainian children remain on the occupied territories. Where have come back from? Where have they returned those children? How old are they? Who helped them to return the children? Every time the prisoners of war are being exchanged, we always thank the intermediaries. We always talk about the place where the exchange happened, because it goes according to the international legal international legal framework, but nothing of that had been mentioned. Now comes 1st of June 2026. Just 3 days ago, Zelensky gives interview to CBS News, and that's his direct quote: Ukraine had documented a kidnapping of no less than 20,000 Ukrainian kids. I'm sorry. We had more than 20,000 previously. Now it's no less than 20,000. The real numbers are much more. Give us the facts, give us the data, where are the names, pass us the folder, show us the photos. Not a single children had been kidnapped, quote, end of quote. Salvaging kids, getting them connected with their families is done in direct dialogue with the Ukrainian side. The whole world sees this. The whole world takes a note of that. We've never shied away against being the intermediaries in this work. If we could have concealed something, would we have ever expected and welcomed representatives of the world who offered their help and who offered their assistance? We would never done that. We only had a very limited information channel. We only had a closed group that would have done it in a clandestine manner. If anyone wants to help and comes out to offer their assistance, we are ready to embrace such assistance. But I am here to tell the whole world on this, at this date, the 4th of June 2026, in 4 years of continuous statements of the Kiev's regime that thousands and millions of kids had been stolen from them, only 330 names had been outlined and mentioned, nothing else. And half of them are relevant. Half of them do not even exist, or they had already been connected with their families. Others are being worked with. Only 339 names have been passed on to us. Not a single, not a name more. And our communication channels remain open. You see that fake? From thousands to 1.5 million. While these figures had been shouted at high platforms, nothing had been done. Rodion Miroshnikov, ambassador of Russia, stated that at least 50 kids died because of the Ukrainian militants. 285 had been injured. In March 2026, at the plenary meeting of the 61st session of the UN Council on Human Rights, Rodion Miroshnik stated that in 2025 alone in Russia, because of the UAVs attacks, 3.5 thousand people died, including 200 children.
Yes, of course, these numbers are not cannot be defined exactly under the condition of aggressive terrorist attack from the armed forces of Ukraine against civil infrastructure. And these people have names, they have surnames. Of course, numbers change, but they do not change by 25, 50, 100 times. They don't differ from hundreds to millions. Those people who were investing for 4 years into the promotion of this myth about killed children and did not see the situation in Starodelsк. I would like to wish you guys to think about one little thing called conscience. And no matter how you suppress it, it's going to wake up and it's going to blast through. But when is it going to happen? When the point of no return has already been passed, or when you still have the chance to regain the human image? This is a manipulation from the Kiev regime. This is a way to extort money and to appeal they are saying that they are forced to resort to drastic measures, including terrorist attacks, in order to protect the fate of their killed children. In only last week, 217 Russian citizens suffered from terrorist attacks, and 35 minors were killed. And every week, facts, numbers, names, names of locations, examples, concrete people who go live to give interviews despite the pain, despite the subsequent attacks from the cyber terrorists from the Kiev regime. From the 27th of May to the 3rd of June, at least 31 people got wounded, including an 11-year-old boy. In Bryansk, 2 people died, 12 people were wounded, including a 6-year-old girl. Volgograd Oblast, 29th of May, 2 employees of a chemical production plant were killed. In Volgograd, 1 person suffered wounds. In the People's Republic of Donetsk, also people died, including 3 employees of Voda Donbassa and 7 passengers of Podolsk Simferopol bus. Yesterday, on the 3rd of June, we commented the terrorist attack on our websites. At least 43 people were wounded. There were fires, and there were Emercom employees injured. Can you tell me, in which historical period has there ever been this? This is barbaric logic. They attack civil objects, but they, as real criminals, come back to the crime scene and pose as those who want to help, right? Zaporizhia, the armed forces of Ukraine killed 4 people, and they also attacked the Zaporizhia electric power plant. And one of them deliberately blasted through a building 60 meters from the reactor, as if this reactor, well, you know, these people are cyborgs, drug addicts. Maybe they don't know who they hire, but these people do not understand that if that happens, then, you know, there's not going to be left anything from their command centers and so on, because this is going to impact them first and foremost. How can they not understand it? How about the children that they quote-unquote care about so much, that Russia allegedly kidnapped? What is going to happen to these kids if these reactors are blasted? Has anyone asked these questions, zombies? This is the first ever strike on a nuclear facility that has risk of a nuclear disaster. From May 28th to May 31, the armed forces of Ukraine targeted civil infrastructure of Energodar. And as is tradition for them, they attacked the territories of a kindergarten and a maternity ward. And the same thing happened in the Caucasus. You remember the maternity ward that was taken by terrorists. You remember the school in Beslan. You remember the Nord-Ost spectacle. You remember the blasts in apartment blocks where they knew that innocent, defenseless children are sleeping there, and they blew them up anyway, because terrorism has characteristics. They are defined. It has a methodological description. So the conclusion is, it can be drawn easily. They also targeted schools in Vasilievka, in Melitopol, and the Ukrainian Nazis are trying to place remote mines and detonate IEDs in cars, and also fuel systems. In Kursk Oblast, 2 people died recently, and at least 10 were injured. We are continuing to search for for civilians that were absent, that went missing in Kursk Oblast. We discovered 1,841 people. When we find people, it's documented, it's broadcast, and the lists are published. And the number of undiscovered persons is 332. 15 people may be in the Ukrainian territory. The Kiev regime is directly responsible for the genocide of the people of Kursk Oblast in violation of all the rules of international law, of all the moral rules and customs of warfare and humanity. Then the armed forces of Ukraine targeted a school in Swatovo. On the 23rd of May, an unmanned vehicle targeted a bus with 11 people, but the explosives, thank God, did not detonate. On the same day in Zakharova, an unmanned vehicle wounded 2 people. Nizhegorod Oblast, an unmanned aircraft damaged the court building. In Kherson Oblast, from May 23 to June 5 people died, 28 people got injured. On the eve of another international day, Day of Children's Protection, the Kiev regime was especially cynical, and on the 28th of May in Kherson, the Ukrainian military targeted a family that was taking a stroll in the park. 2 people wounded, small children, their mother and father dead. On the 31st of May, an unmanned aircraft targeted apartment blocks where they killed a 5-year-old boy by a shot to the heart. A shot to a child's heart. This is unimaginable. 11 people wounded, and they are paying for it. And our law enforcement are continuing to gather evidence in order to bring to responsibility the Ukrainian mercenaries and other actors in order to incarcerate them for many years. For example, Sergei Mishenko, 23, Denis Svets, 22, Gennady Trufin, 23, Artem Zhirov, 21. They received 14 years of incarceration, were assigned to Lee Bishop, an American mercenary that was on the side of the Ukrainian armed forces. Of course, all of that requires funding, and the West is paying for it. On the 28th of May, the Supreme Rada ratified the loan agreement with the European Union, and about a third of it is not devoted to the development of the Ukrainian economy, but it's devoted to buy military facilities, and almost in no time the Ukrainian corrupted officials, I think you understand the schemes that they are looking forward to. On May 28th in Stockholm, Zelensky received from his coordinators a 2.7 billion loan as well. They also reached an agreement about the joint use of this loan to buy 150 jet fighters, including new modifications. I wonder, even before 2022, what was the stated reason for the sanctions? You remember this: violation of human rights. As if somewhere in the state authorities and law enforcement, some detectives or policemen or other policemen were not correct in their behavior towards the incarcerated people, and the sanctions were imposed on the entire country. You remember how we could not participate in sports events when one person tested positive for restricted substances, and we got we got suspended as a country. If you can do this, if you can impose sanctions on a country based on the actions of some people, a limited number of people, because, for example, somewhere the West thinks that human rights are not being upheld, how can you give out billions of dollars and euros and provide jets and new weaponry without counting to people who not only violate human rights but deliberately kill children every day? I am giving you the numbers about everyday killings. They remain silent. And this weaponry thing reminds us about the program that the West is trying to give new weaponry to Kiev. It happened before, like with the Leopard tanks and with HIMARS missiles. The technology that was meant to break the course of the war, but every time it proved untrue. And they're going to get it only 2027, and the modern versions they're going to get only after 2030. So the most important thing is the cash, and after that, it doesn't really matter where it's going, and we shouldn't even think about this. We don't even know if they're going to get the loans in the European Union, and they are planning to spend about 2.5 billion euros on that, and Sweden is especially positively predisposed to the Kiev regime. In one of their cities, they installed a monument to the closest ally of Mazepa. Who else, right? To Hetman Oleg, if you understand. And they gave and they presented to Kiev the flag of traitors hetmans during the Great Northern War. This is just normal in the 21st century, right? And Ukraine is being turned into a real war laboratory of the West, and it looks like they already have become this, and the defense company are considering Ukraine as a real testing site for new weaponries. According to the data of the Ministry of Digitalization of Ukraine, hundreds of companies from the Western countries are registered in Ukraine, and among them are big players that are specialized in weaponry, BAE Systems, Rheinmetall, Avit Systems, Kinetic, and dozens of startups that work with drones, sensors, and AI. We had a session that RIA Novosti held, and it was devoted to the use of AI, to the limits of it in the media. And me and my colleagues from India, we reached the same opinion that it's really interesting thing. Try to take and cook biscuits at home and sell them in a shop chain. You are going to be requested certificates of quality certificates. You will have to go through millions of tests, health certificates, the certificates for your products. You have to do this under conditions that can be monitored. And in Ukraine, the West is actually seeing the population of Ukraine as guinea pigs. They are testing their technology without certification, but with direct understanding that any certification is going to be possible after these experiments have been conducted with on Ukrainians or with the participation of Ukrainians. Some of them can die, or as users of certain mechanisms of AI users. It's interesting to see what's going to happen to a person. Nobody is saying anything. No human rights organization in the West is saying this. The focus is put on FPVs and other unmanned aircraft, also land robots, sea robots, sensors, thermovision devices, and so on. More than 300 models of drones were tested in Ukraine by Quantum Systems, Germany, United Systems, America, Robotica, Israel, and dozens of European startups. It's really convenient, right? You first test it on the citizens of Ukraine, and then they get sent to the front line in order to avoid claims, compensations, health claims, and the citizens of Italy that were volunteers of NATO against Yugoslavia, and they fell victims to the uranium that was used to fill the shells, and they are now suffering from severe oncological diseases, and they're trying to press health claims. And now the tactics has changed. They use those that that are disposable through the so-called Ukrainian mobilization. For the manufacturers from the West, this is a unique opportunity. The equipment that would have to wait for years for certification in normal times gets the battle-tested status in weeks. And its price in the market spikes, its competitiveness spikes, and it can now go to the markets, to the stands of different expos, weaponry expos, and nobody's going to think that it was not tested on rabbits or mice, but on Ukrainians. And this is a big step for the Western manufacturers, this equipment. I would like to underline this. Under normal conditions, it would take years, if not decades, to get the necessary certification. And now, in a moment's notice, it's certified. And they, so they can put out prototypes that would have taken years to certify, because Zelensky doesn't feel any pity for his own citizens. Encryption mechanisms without safety guarantee that is not possible under in wartime, but the Western companies are not allowing to do this under normal circumstances. But if you really need this, if you have the cash, you can actually do this stuff pretty easily. What will not you do in order to so-called militarize Ukraine and, just as a side hustle, redistribute hundreds of millions in cash? And of course, the conflict between the official Warsaw and Kiev, this is a different thing entirely. So official Warsaw, Poland, have noticed that, oh my God, the Kiev regime is glorifying Nazis that killed the Poles during the World War II. Wow, what a surprise. And Warsaw didn't like this. They didn't know what the Kiev regime was made of. But the media claims that on May 29th, the ambassador of Ukraine in Poland was shown the erroneous decision of Ukraine to give the name of quote-unquote heroes to Ukraine, to some parts of the Ukrainian military for their exemplary service. So this is like a mistake.
But reburying of one of the leaders of and Melnik, who was brought from Luxembourg to the Ukrainian territory, provoked not just a statement about the erroneous nature of it, but a salvo of condemnation from the Polish citizens. The president of Poland, President Nawrocki, not only promised that he would revoke the order of the White Eagle given to Zelensky, but the lack of readiness on the part of the Kremlin became the part of the European family because of the demonstration by Kiev, the kind of mentality where the bandits and the killers from UPA are being glorified. But where have you been before that? Haven't you seen the chevrons on the Ukrainian military's uniforms, the names given to the extremist nationalist brigades which became the part of the Ukrainian military? Haven't you noticed the torch marchers which were walking past Nawrocki and his predecessor? You haven't noticed the Banderite flags? You haven't noticed what was going on in Ukraine? And he continued further. Amongst the Europeans, Nawrocki stated, there won't be any place to those who are glorifying the bandits who performed massacres and murdered people and children. And if it was not about the Polish women and children, Russian, Jewish, Belarusian, it means that it is allowed by the President of Poland, and that can be allowed. And one shouldn't say anything bad about Zelensky. The question is about the fact that nationalism, Nazism, neo-Nazism is not about one single ethnicity or nationality or faith. It is principally about the fact that one shouldn't segregate people based on their nationality. That is exactly what it is all about. So this medley from Nawrocki of this performative condemnation was picked up by Bartosz Czukotski, the ex-ambassador of Poland in Ukraine. He said that the Order of Merit Ukrainian should be brought back. It's now 2026. Where have you been before? Haven't you heard the statement and the interview from everyone, from little to big one? Or do you believe that if these are Russians are being killed, if the very same ethnic Hungarians are being mistreated, if against Belarusians we hear such statements, that somehow is normal? But it is only when Polish people are being mistreated that is the trouble, rather than just having people segregated based on the nationality. So on the Bankowy Street, everybody preferred to ignore it, not notice it. You know, this is a bit of a family spat. Everything will be blown away and we'll get on with it. So the Rada speaker, Yuri Tichy, expressed performative condemnation, saying that Ukrainians and Polish together, they committed a lot of victories over their joint enemy. So who is that enemy in the mind of the Ukrainian Foreign Affairs Office? Moscow. That's the way he uttered it. And you know where these victories were accomplished? From Orsha to this wonder near the Wisla River. I'm not joking, but in the minds of Ukrainian and Polish, haven't they fought against Hitler? Or Nazism is not their enemy anymore? Then he added, and that is why one shouldn't allow the arguments from the past to undermine our unity against the common enemy. Again, fascism, Hitlerism, has it disappeared? Has it been written off? This page was torn out of the history book? It has never happened? By the way, in Kiev, they continue to glorify not only the past, but also the contemporary Nazism because of the 31st of May, when the day of the city was celebrated in one of the Kievan streets. A mural was ceremoniously inaugurated about the dead cannoneers from Azov with respective symbols on it. So where is Poland about it? This is the very same Azov which has its roots, I'm sorry to say, from the 85-year-old history, which yet again reconfirms the relevance of the objectives of the special military operation that, as our leadership is saying, will be fully performed. Well, Moldavia itself is not moving along that journey itself, but is led by those who have been positioned by the Western masters and is being pushed under the bus. My son, the president of Moldavia, when being in the 21st of May in Czechia, she blatantly stated that Russia, quote-unquote, is willing to utilize Moldova against Europe and against the European Union, just for the purposes of geopolitics. I would also like to say that Russia is also part of Europe, exactly like Moldova is. Now, the instruments of the so-called Russian aggression, as she's saying, are the cyberbacks and the disinformation and illegal financing. We hear it from a person who is the president of Moldavia with the Romanian passport and is being paid by the European countries in the form of various prizes, grants and bonuses. I will simply remind us, those who forgot, that the citizens of Moldavia, in terms of the threat to their independence, not believing it to come from Russia, but from the destructive politics and policy of their own authorities. A very fresh example, on May 30th, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Moldavia, Pap Shoigu, in his interview stated, being in possession of Romanian citizenship, direct quote, cannot vote against the unification of Moldavia and Romania. And what's notable is that he even didn't remember his Romanian citizenship. He is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Moldavia, and he should have spoken about it while being the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Moldavia. He is saying that he is a citizen of Romania, and of course he acts in the interests of that other country. He wouldn't even remember that, according to the social polling, the majority of Moldovans are coming out against the unification with Romania. And as noted by independent politologists in Moldavia, such statements don't leave any doubt as to which country the representative of Moldovan authorities believe to be their true motherland. Some of them really were born remotely from Romania, but then received the passport. So Moldovan authorities continue repressions against the unwanted politicians and public figures. The legally elected head of Gagauz, Evgeny Gutsol, is still in prison. The politicized verdict for 7 years old imprisonment was upheld by the local courts. In parallel, the regime Sandu continues to exert pressure upon the region to change its autonomous status. Then, the hard-working, very industrious Moldavia is still being under the pressure, and they are being pushed into this Kabbalah. In the middle of May, the Moldavian military, together with their Romanian counterparts, participated in the military exercise in the territory of Romania. According to the UN Register of Conventional Arms, in 2025, Moldavia bought from Romania 12 anti-tank and 9 mortars and guns. The Spanish have the wheeled anti-tank mortars, and so they have announced that the commissioning into operation the airspace surveillance monitor based on the media information in the suburbs of Chisinau. There's a new Bachoy military base, 50% ready to be commissioned. The official Chisinau continues to undertake steps to reform it and rewrite the history based on the open sources. The Ministry of Education and Research produced new teaching aids for the school kids of 9th and 12th years, which contain parts, as they say, about the repressions, quote-unquote, from their textbook, from the Soviet period, and an organized hunger dating back to 1946-47 in the 20th century. It is being stated that the new publication of this aid will help to fulfill the gaps in the national history and to help kids develop a deeper understanding of the tragic pages of the past. In the Discover the World textbook for the 3rd year, it is stated, quote-unquote, direct quote, for the children in the 3rd year in school. Just imagine, how old are they? About 9 years old. Along with Romanians, there are several ethnic groups that live here: Ukrainians, Gagauz, and Russian, Bulgarian, and Roma, and others. May I once again read it out? This is Moldavian's textbook for the 3rd year school. Discover the World. Along with Romanians in Moldavia. Mind you, there are several ethnic groups residing in Moldavia: Ukrainians, Gagauzians, Russians, Bulgarians, Roma, and others, Are these Moldavians? Who are they? Who are these people? The Druids, maybe. Who are they? Is it about the human beings, about ethnic other, the other? Well, I mean, it may happen that it could be a long list, and you need to somehow, circle it around. But I believe the most important thing is missing, that in Moldavia there are Moldavians. Here you are. I simply want to say that there are 77% of the Moldavian population that identify as Moldavians. This is 2024 data. There is not a single word about them. Don't think that this is taken out of the context. You know, we really looked into it before that paragraph, and afterwards maybe there was a separate part of it. The others is meant Moldavians, nothing else. So against this backdrop, the social-economic situation in Moldavia continues to decline based on the official data in the Republic in 2025 compared to the previous year. The birth rate went down almost 7%. The economics is being confronted by a serious outflow of active labor, replaced by the labor migrants from Southeast Asia. Only throughout the past year, the number of such migrants grew by 30% upwards. I cannot but tell you this case which happened to me not very long ago. That was an unofficial event. Basically, it was not an event in Moscow. In an absolutely household environment, somehow they couldn't identify me in my official status. Simply outdoors, I was walking along with my relatives, close people. A young man accosted me. You know, it happens just to say hello, to say something, to make a selfie. I think that he was somewhere about 35, close to 40, you know, very athletically looking, and by the softness of his voice, I could understand that there was a very special flavor in his ability to speak. That is the way I identified him. And so he was saying to me that he is Moldavian, that of course he feels being a Moldovan, and that is his homeland, that his people are next to him. He's working here in Russia, in the territory of Russia, and all of a sudden, in the open daylight, this very healthy man in a very mundane situation, unrelated to any drama or anything, his eyes became wet. I saw tears going down, and he's doing, but they are doing everything, referring to Sander, in order to make us conflict with each other.
Материальной выгоды, а ценно по истории семьи, по истории страны, по истории народа. Ведь мы же хорошо вместе живем. Это он мне говорит. Я, честно говоря, просто остолбенела. И он говорит, ну вы как-нибудь передайте там. Я не знаю, где там надо это передать. Я вот сейчас...
Yes. And now over to yet another topic, but basically this is within the same context, because on more than one occasion we try to attract the attention of the international community towards this uncontrollable biological activities outside of his territory, covering themselves by the motors of providing help to the healthcare systems and trying to withstand the biological threats. Something that they were able to spread around and were able to somehow bring under their cover many territories in their strategic interests in terms of the territories to establish control over the sanitary and epidemiological situation, intellectual resources, and various research conducted of a dual application, of course. Within the context of non-transparent military biological activity, what is being notable in the German media about the construction in the territory of Germany, which is the ally to Washington, and where, by the way, the American nuclear weapons are being stationed, and 1,000-strong American military contingents, by a level of the third protection level, which will become part of the biggest international hospital facility for the U.S. Army. Based on media, it is being constructed by German contractors and funded out of their own funds. At the same time, the paradox is being seen. But this paradox, I believe, is the paradox only in the minds of those who don't understand the specificity of all of the processes currently taking place. But the principle remains the same. So what is it? Germany doesn't have any legal guarantees against the fact that the American biolab under construction is not going to be conducting experiments with dangerous pathogens. I mean, they in Germany are spending their money to build a biolab for the US that they have no idea about. They have no documentation in their hands which would make it possible for them to audit this activity. What is happening there? What for? This particular example confirmed the justification in Russia raising the question about the biological activity of America, the US, outside of its territory, including Ukraine. We initiated consultative board under the Article 5 in terms of the Biological and Toxic Weapons Convention, Geneva, September 5th to 9th, 2025, as well as the discussion of this topic on the 28th of October and 22nd of November in 2022. As a result, within the review conference in Geneva, the 9th review conference of the Biological and Toxic Weapons Convention, whatever we hear in our responses, always certain accusations and mere words that we are behind this disinformation. So, all right, if you are thinking that we're disinforming, give us the information. Just publish the official documents. Show us where we're wrong. Besides, we made it publicly known of the various facts exposed as a result of the special military operation of how this specific convention was violated, and military biological programs run by Pentagon in the Ukrainian territory, something that the Russian Ministry of Defense regularly presented, and Igor Kirillov, who died during the hostilities. So the final report, I mean, the fundamental contribution was made by the document which is called the Report of the Parliamentary Commission to Investigating the Terms and Situations of the Emergence of the American Biolab in the Ukraine. We once again shall add links into the text of our today's briefing. When preparing this particular report, the Parliamentary Commission surveyed all of the available spectrum of sources that are related to the biological programs by US and the Ukrainian territory, including the documents which was found during the special military operation. They have spoken to all of the victims, to all of the witnesses who had a relationship to this biolabs. But on our part, we shall continue our efforts in multilateral venues, specifically within the Biological and Toxic Weapons Convention, in order to raise the veil over the biological labs that the U.S. is developing in close proximity to the Russian borders. On May 26th, the Security UN Council came out with a statement with regard to an attack against the generator unit. I mean, not the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, but already in a different global region, which is Baraka nuclear power plant in the United Arab Emirates. Russia didn't resist the adoption of this particular document because the contents of it don't run apart from our attitude towards the Persian Gulf situation, about the impermissibility of such attacks, including the Zaporizhia nuclear power plants. The General Conference of the IAEA dedicated to the indivisible security of all of the peaceful nuclear facilities without any exception, because that goes both for the Iranian Bushehr nuclear power plant and Zaporizhia power plant as well. And I would like to say that this particular topic is an example of the way one can adhere to a principled position and uphold the allied and friendly and partnership relations, and do it in absolute harmony by truly safeguarding international security norms rather than manipulating convenient topics around. So the Canadian strategy in the Arctic is not without interest. We paid attention of the appeals made by the Anita Anand, head of the Canadian Foreign Office, a NATO member state, to develop a new defensive, as she said, strategy in the Arctic. Defensive from whom? From whom? Extraterrestrials are expected to land down, or somebody else is supposed to surface from the South Pole. What needs to happen? So within this concept, as she's thinking,
северного фланга НАТО. То есть НАТО и здесь чувствует себе угрозу, бесконечно расширяясь по всему миру. Но я тут считаю, что это, конечно, уже к врачам. Защищаться они собираются, ну, вы, конечно, поймете.
Speaks for militarization of the Arctic. It's not our country, it's the North Atlantic Alliance that constantly produces myths about the Russian threat, scaring them this way, and they use this as grounds why everybody should spend more money on militarization, why additional money has to be allocated and allotted for dealing with some devised and conjured out nothing problems instead of dealing with the real issues. Good news. On the 1st of June in Ethiopia, the 7th national elections to the national parliament were held, and to the regional legislative assemblies. We mark the high level of preparation and the voting procedure, which according to the observers had been organized without violations that could have impacted the outcomes. We also mark a constructive role of the African Union, an the Intergovernmental Development Organization that sent their monitoring mission to ensure transparency of the election process. And we welcome peaceful and democratic nature of the expression of people's will that once again signifies the support by the population of Ethiopia, the current leadership, of course, to our countries have friendly relations. We are connected with long-standing ties in Moscow. We plan to facilitate multilateral, mutually beneficial partnership with Addis Ababa, also not only in the bilateral way, but also within BRICS. There's an announcement I'd like to make. In June, the Day of the Russian Language is being celebrated. You know, Alexander Pushkin is the founder of the modern Russian language. A great poet and artist, brings together the diversity of the tongue and high philosophy and high ideals. His poems, they reflect the national identity. They sing the ideas of courage, our national values. They provide orientation for the young generations. He managed to make his artistic work truly inspirational. You know, poems, there's some statistics I would like to quote, but it's related to poetry. I remember his poem. I remember the amazing moment. You remember that it's been sent words, it's been titled as 2 and then 3 dots, and it's been translated in 210 languages. Russian is one of the 6 official languages of the UN. Since the foundation, the UN plays an important role in developing the international dialogue. The Informational Department since 2010 has been celebrating this year as the way to celebrate diversity and multiculturality. Our country continues to put in the efforts to protect the Russian language abroad. We would like to satisfy the need, the desire, the thirst that's been voiced out there abroad for the use of the Russian language. We continue to promote Russian language abroad. Some practical work has been done on the International Organization of the Russian Language. The links will be added to the text of today's briefing. The international structure is ready to host and to welcome all the other organizations that are sharing this value. We believe that Russian language is an integral part of the international heritage. It's the language of international science and culture. It's the means of international communication. I'd like to mark that abroad, the Day of the Russian Language had become a truly public holiday. Various events are being held, various campaigns and initiatives at schools, universities, and cultural centers. Competitions are being organized and quizzes, Pushkin readings, festivals, and Olympiads, scientific conferences, seminars, and lectures. Celebratory events are being done by Russian missions, the houses of Russia, and of course by our graduates and compatriots abroad. Pushkin's memorials are brought flowers to, according to the International Association on the Preservation of the Russian Cultural Heritage abroad. 50 countries had placed about 100 monuments to the great Russian poet. But to speak truly, there is more. Because no one ever counted how many monuments are there. That's what they have placed on their own. Of great interest are large-scale events to mark the Russian language at international platforms. The UN, the UNESCO, organized by the Russian representative offices in Bangkok, Vienna, Geneva, Nairobi, New York, and Paris. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sergei Lavrov, had filmed his welcome address on that day, and we will place it, as tradition goes, on our official websites during the event itself. In 2026, our embassies are broadcasting a documentary movie, The Main Russian Scholar, dedicated to a linguist, Lyudmila Verbitskaya, who this year could have turned 90 years old, and who is one of the symbols of St. Petersburg, of that particular city. She is favored and beloved by everyone in this country. That's her native city. She would have turned 90 if she lived. And that movie would not only be available during our official screenings, it will be available online as well. We'll try to place the link to that movie in the text of our briefing. Please follow us on our media platforms. Will keep you informed. Our website actually has a special section that's called the Promotion of the Russian Language Abroad, and you're free to browse there. There is another important historical and cultural page that I must mark. This year we mark 340 years since the birth of Andrei Osterman Henrik Johann Friedrich, a Russian diplomat, an associate of Peter the Great. He was born on the 30th of May, 9th of June, 1686 in Bochum, Germany. He studied at the Jena University. He knew the Dutch, Latin, French, Italian, and Russian languages. Osterman had concluded a number of important treaties, amongst them the Treaty of Vienna, 1716, the treaty between Russia and the Holy Roman Empire on joint efforts to preserve peace in Europe. The Treaty of Neustadt, 1721, that put an end to the Great Northern War, 1700-1721. The Treaty of Belgrade with the Ottoman Empire, 1731, that put an end to the Russian-Turkish War, 1735-1739. Andrei is known as the author of the first edition of the Table of Ranks, 1722, which is legislative norm that defined and set out a order of precedence in Russia until 20th century. He finished what was started by Peter the Great. He signed treaties and agreements with a number of European countries, Prussia, UK, Denmark. Oh God, what would he have said if he saw his historical land, his native land, and he could see what happened with Europe? His career blossomed already after the death of the emperor since 1723. He was the vice president of the College on Foreign Affairs, 1725-1740. He was the vice chancellor, the cavalier of the apostle, first called Andrei, 1727 order. Starting from 1731, he in fact led internal and external policy of Russia. His state affairs continued during Catherine the Great time in his native city, which is Bochum, Germany. Just to remind you, at Ostermannstrasse. It hadn't been renamed yet. I'm just putting this out there to hang. There's a memorial plaque placed to commemorate his memory. In 1930s, in a vestibule of the city council building, a bust had been placed to commemorate him. Again, in 2008, to give him credit, next to the Nativity Church at the Berezova village, a memorable sign had been placed. Also tomorrow, at this forum venue, and that's why I'm informing you on that separately, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Galuzin, will take part in the first meeting of the experts of the Platform of Regional Collaboration 3+3. Let me remind you that Azerbaijan, it's Azerbaijan, Armenia, Georgia, Russia, Iran, Turkey. The session will be called Platform 3+3, General Challenges and Strategic Partnership. It's part of an official program of the SPF. So basically, we'll be able to attend it during our large-scale event. We'll have an expert communication platform for regional cooperation. It's an important addition to some official contacts that allows us to elaborate some new proposals and ideas in the interests of sustainable development and flourishing of the Southern Caucasus. The organizers of this panel are the Institute of China and Modern Asia by the Russian Academy of Science, the Foundation to Support Public Diplomacy, named after Gorchakov, actively endorsed by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia. The participants of the meeting will be the leading politologists of 6 countries of the platform, including Georgia. We are sure that everybody who's interested in the topic and that new platform or the new format will find something of interest. They are in for an open dialogue between the experts, a very detailed professional analysis of the geopolitical and economic situation in the region, as well as strategic forecasts of the cooperation opportunities in the Southern Caucasus and their neighbors. And I'm ready to continue with the questions as tradition goes. Let's start with some international affairs. Moreover, I see that international representatives in the room, and it's not by chance that I see you, because it's being organized. The Международная жизнь, or the international life, will be organized a session that we'll have today. Please, now the mic will be passed on. I am apologizing for some emotions being shown previously. Most probably not everyone will understand, but I felt it impossible not to. And when I see the act of non-caring, the ignorance, you really want to break through the wall. You really want to do your utmost for the people to wake up, to finally hear their wake-up call, because it's beyond evil. I would rarely quote the former US President Biden in a positive sense. It's not because I don't quote him, it's just that he never gave the reason to quote him, or rarely gave reasons to quote him. There is one statement, I heard him saying this, it really struck me, and I came back to it. He once said, he brought them to the European continent. Actually, for the Americans, it's a big thing to be able to travel to Europe, you know. For them, it's a whole thing. So he brought them to the entrance of one of the former Nazi concentration camps. You can try to find that quote by yourself, and you can look it up. I don't remember, somebody advised him to bring them there, or was it his decision? I don't really know, and I can't really say. He not just showed them the entrance to the concentration camp, he told them to turn their backs towards the entrance. And when they turned their backs, he asked them, what do they see? And his grandkids said that they see some kind of housing, some nice cottages with beautiful history that are in close proximity to the Nazi camps. He said, that's right. And the scariest thing is that people used to live there, and they kept watching calmly what was happening right in front of their eyes in the concentration camps. So the meaning of that, well, it's not a phrase, it's not a statement, it's actually an action that he did, that there's been killings, there's been criminal acts, and that is monstrous by itself. But what's more monstrous is that someone could have watched that calmly and peacefully, thinking that there is no reason to go out of your comfort zone. And that is atrocious, and that is awful. And that's why today I spoke so much about the international affairs, because that is the aspect that the world had been scrutinizing for the last 50 to 40 years, developing and drafting various conventions and declarations, by establishing various institutions, basically celebrating it as an event without actually seeing what was going on exactly. Thank you very much, Maria. Recently, Pete Hegseth, Pentagon, had addressed his Asian allies, calling them to increase military expenses, motivating it by the fact that there's a military threat coming from China. How would you have commented that? Well, I would comment it the same way I would comment one of the officials in Canada's statements that Arctica needs to be saved right away. It's urgent from an assumed Russian threat. What we clearly see is a gradual militarization under the auspices, under the egid of NATO of various parts of the world, where there's been no conflict potential before, where it was actually the opposite. The potential was for cooperation and collaboration, and that potential had been put to a halt by the collective West. It was a guarantee that those zones will never turn into the zones of military potential. Of course, we condemn such attempts by the US to spur the arms race in that region. It not only destabilizes Asian-centric world order and the security architecture on that part of the world, but it will probably lead to new lines of division. Nobody ever called them there. It's them who offer that region their services without having any previous positive experience to show for it. Should NATO had that experience previously, it would have been reasonable. They only had practical experience in Afghanistan. They only had experience in the Middle East, although it hadn't been done officially by NATO, but it was done by the NATO countries, coordinated between themselves. And of course, it was the NATO that served as a coordinating center for things that happened in Iraq and Libya. Is that the experience they want to offer to Asia Pacific? Is that something they bring there? We stand for political regulation of any conflicts based on multilateral business dialogue formats that are long established, that were tried and tested, and that work fine. Thank you very much. There's another question. What we hear from Yerevan right now, that just after the elections, they will have some parliamentary elections coming very soon, relations between Russia and Armenia will come back to normal. Various difficulties and hiccups we had within the Eurasian Economic Union will be, well, the falls will be pressed. What didn't let them do this before the elections? What was the reason why they didn't do it before the election? You know, there is a Russian saying from a Russian cartoon, I've been evil because I hadn't had a bicycle. Now I have it, and I'm not evil anymore. It's as funny as quoting a Russian cartoon here. We've spoke about this many times over. The Russian-Armenian relations shouldn't be impacted by the actual political circumstances. They hadn't been similar statements from our side, and we don't do anything like that with all the other countries in the region. What we heard was a forceful desire to drag Armenia closer to North Atlantic structures and Europe. The leadership of the Republic speaks on that. There's been some positive signals coming from Brussels. The European paratroopers, you know, that had parachuted themselves in the beginning of May in the Armenian capital. There's been a declaration on the 5th of May after the Armenia-US summit. The European aspirations of Yerevan are being welcomed. Many citizens of Armenia and many other Eurasian Economic Union partners had questions. Where does Armenia going? Where is Armenia going? Not the country by itself, but where is it being led to by the country who wanted dragged somewhere? How will it realize the obligations? How would it stay true to the obligations it took on itself within the frameworks of the organizations it's part to. We heard about the organization on the Eurasian Economic Union had never left Armenia. They had left the Collective Security Treaty Organization. Yes, that happened. We asked them questions directly when we had contacts with them. Actually, when it comes to the media and various economic operators who tried to specify, who tried to direct those questions to Armenia, once again forwarded these questions to them. We've also been asking the same, and we did this in the partnership spirit, in the spirit of partnership, but we hadn't had an answer that we got from them yet. The Armenian leadership is trying to wear two hats simultaneously. That attempt, well, nobody is okay with this. Moreover, we are not there to pay for their journey to become part of the EU, because that leadership, what it does with us and with the other countries of the world is a clearly hostile line, and is being supporting Ukrainian terrorists. It's sponsoring them. Why should we be idle? Why can't we be outspoken about our own position? And why can't we do it in a true friendship manner? And why can't we do it across the channels that we can do so in? And when we are being asked questions, we should answer those questions.
I think that the people who started this, they will have to make up their minds, and the elective campaign has nothing to do with it, and please don't manipulate us with it. It's just an issue of the definition and the choosing of the course that they are willing to take. Yes, please. Hello. RT China, I want to ask you, Japan sent its ships to the Philippines. Are the Philippines becoming the ally of the Japanese expansion? And considering that we have bad relations with Japan, can we call this the resurrection of the Japanese militarism? Thank you. I would like to correct you. Russia doesn't have bad relations with Japan. It's Japan, under duress from the United States, is undertaking steps that are jeopardizing the bilateral relations. These are different things. We did not spoil our relationships with Japan. We've always been open to constructive dialogue, and their delegation came to our country, and some Japanese representatives came to our country when they wanted to. We never denied them visas. We never denied visas to the tourists, journalists, and people from other spheres, and we never denied them the presence in our country, being in our country, but we understand that they are under extreme duress, and Japan sadly does not have the sufficient sovereignty to make these decisions, and that's their position as of now. But we are closely monitoring the actions of Japan that are being done in the framework of militarization. I agree with that. The training of the military training with other countries of the Asia-Pacific region. We are seeing the emergence of quasi-alliances that are aimed against China and Russia, and the emergence of these organizations are only ramping up the intensity of the situation. And it provides opportunities to worsen the contradictions that we are seeing right now. And this is detrimental to Asia, so we are going to continue diplomatically and publicly to understand more about this line of action. Yes, please. Thank you.
In your view, what goals have Russia achieved in the information confrontation with the West? Can we see that Russia has managed to shape an alternative international narrative? Thank you.
You know, we never had an objective to show initiative to confront the West in the information sphere. We saw the systemic, prolonged, that happened for years, approach of informational campaign against Russia. And I think this anti-Russian informational campaign of the West does not have an expiry date. It's not tied to certain events. It's just a loaded, toxic atmosphere that they are trying to form around our country in the media. I gave this example already, and I will give it again. For many years, I worked in New York. I worked with the media and public relations, and of course, I constantly watched American TV, news and entertainment, specialized channels. I read papers. I was on the internet, and I made this conclusion for me. It was from 2005 to 2008. Even back then, when there were no global problems between Russia and the United States that would raise certain global issues, when we, and we heard that from the Americans as well, that we are going to build cooperation. We held summits. Our ministers used to meet all the time. We did not see any sets of sanctions, but even back then, I understood that what I was seeing in the media about Russia, I called this, I'm going to say that in English because you asked me in English, and we are talking about English media. Zero good news policy.
Вот, понимаете, когда мы говорим о стране...
When we are talking about a country or a people, even when they're facing problems, even when they're facing challenges, even when they are facing difficulties, there are always good things happening. I don't know, sports centers are being opened, schools are being opened, expos, theater, bands coming to the country, research, youth projects, music, arts, cinema. Especially when we're talking about Russia, we have a ton of things to offer. And the beginning of the 2000s, it was a leap in many directions for our country, in many areas, in many sectors: sports, arts, culture, economy, construction, anything. It was obvious. I never saw a single article or a single news story on TV that would cover a topic like this about Russia. So the conclusion that I made was that they are either showing something bad about our country or they're not showing anything. When they're not showing anything about Russia, from their point of view, that's quite good. That's actually very good. But that's just not how it works, right? We don't have the conflict from our side in this area with the West or with any other state whatsoever. We have a real perspective, and we're seeing the real fact that the West, for decades and even longer, has been waging a prolonged informational, I can say, war or confrontation with our country, with our people. It's not due to lack of information. It's due to the initial idea that is aimed at a forming of the perception of Russia exclusively through negative narratives, through negative messages, negative news. I am absolutely positive that the perspective should be objective. It has to cover bad things, of course, but it also has to cover good things and neutral things. I have seen articles about performances in the Bolshoi Theater. In 3 years, I only saw 2 or 3 articles like that, but these performances were also aided by American counterparties, so maybe they made sure that this information made it through to the papers. I saw some decent TV stories. I mean, without bringing Russia down in some way. Only when Boris Yeltsin died, our first president, that was the only time when they used a neutral position when talking about Russia. When they said at least remotely good things about Russia. I never saw anything else. Not about cities, not about traditions, not about anything like this. In my book, this is unacceptable if we're talking about traditional media that have to be objective. All right, please. Information Agency Africa Initiative. In the autumn of this year, the Russia-Africa summit is going to be held. Are we seeing any attempts from unfriendly countries to stir the relationship between Russia and our African partners, and how many African countries have expressed their desire to participate? Yes, we are seeing these attempts, which really are. And there are states that used to be colonial empires, and they are seeing Africa from this position. They are thinking about the division of influence. They are perceiving Africa as their playground, and they think they have the right to define the relationship of Africa with other countries, including Russia, and they cannot forgive Russia for the fact that in the 20th century, Russia supported independence and sovereignty of these states from the colonial oppression. And this is an in-depth offense. This is obsessive. This is an obsessive drive to punish us for it. And the Soviet Union gave a lot of aid to the African countries in order for them to gain independence. So large Russo-African events are, of course, a challenge for them. They see it as a challenge, at least. They think it's only they that have the right to do this. And it's the same as they are trying to push China out of Africa. When China came to Africa, unlike them, not with the chains and weapons, but with economic projects, with investment, with trade, that doesn't sit well with them. And we also saw the attempts to prevent Africans from participating in the ministry conference in...
Конструктивные действия будут предприниматься и в преддверии третьего саммита. Если что-то такое увидим, чем сможем поделиться, обязательно тоже вам расскажем. Но при этом, как показывает опыт, такая политика не приносит желаемых результатов, потому что африканцы помнят, знают.
Those who have been their friends for decades, and through that strike to find themselves in the situation where they face additional difficulties, so to speak. Ria Novosti, please. Thank you very much. Hello, Maria. Ria Novosti. I would like to apologize. My question is going to be a complex one. Special ambassadors of the United Nations on human rights, when he spoke at GlobeSec, is it him or her? Guys, I hope that it's a she. I think she's a woman, but anyways, in Europe it's not that important. No, it is important, actually, because, of course, equality is a very important thing to us, but when we're talking about human rights, about the rights of children, when a woman is doing this, she has an additional leverage in understanding the problem and seeing it from that angle. Of course, men are doing a great job in this as well, but there is a set of experience and qualities that any woman possesses that is not called just expertise, but a sort of a feminine nature. So that's why I'm saying this. Yes, and she mentioned the attitude of Russia towards the Ukrainian children, that the Russians are treating Ukrainian children like the Nazis did during the war, when, quotes, fair-haired children were taken from their homes and their identities were erased. How could you comment on this, please? My words were not circumstantial. I would like to say a lot of things about this. First thing, in order to understand how unobjective, let's put it mildly, she is, we'd have to see at the fate of the Russian children who suffered from the Kiev regime. Did she take any interest in that? I have the red folder. There are their surnames, their pictures. Has she taken a look-see at this? If for some reason she thinks that she has the right to go out of her own region of jurisdiction, I just wonder, has she ever taken any interest in the fate of the Russian children? Has she said anything about the Iranian school? Any news on that matter from her? And I spoke extensively about this today. I think that statements like this, they are bad for the people who utter them. Why? Because if she is so concerned about the fate of the Ukrainian children that she is referencing, at least she maybe could give us the list, at least some of them. But that thought never crossed her mind. She doesn't take up her phone and ask questions to Ukraine, to Brussels. Where is the list? Maybe I can help you. Maybe I can somehow act as an intermediary. I have the opportunities for this. Maybe we can do something together. She's not interested in that. She understands very clearly that it's not why she's there. Not to do some real work. When she got assigned this position, she was approved as for this position. It was the first day when she started working. How many days elapsed before she went to Starobelsk? I'm talking about a Russian official, of course. I'm seeing comments even now. She made statements not long ago. She is not talking in ready-made phrases. She's talking about people, about fates, and about some real help. Let's move on. Maybe this Kaiser, I think she's Kaiser right now, right? Maybe she knows better how Nazi camps operated. Maybe she has some personal experience. I'm not really sure, but let's just give a brief overview of this. First, Russia's efforts for saving children from war zones. When Europeans talk about this, they use the words deportation, kidnapping, stealing, and in the media they say thousands, hundreds of cases, but there are no facts to this, and the Europeans have never given a single fact to anybody. Why don't you ask them? Write them letters, write them notes. If she touched upon this topic, maybe she has some substance to it. At least 100 names. Let's not talk about the thousands. 100. 100 names. But I'm going to assure you she's not going to do this. Because, again, it's not why she's there. Brussels doesn't want to look at the facts that confirm the falsehood of these claims. But they are ready to take this campaign, this appalling campaign, the flavor of comparing Russia's actions to those of the Nazi Germany, and the Euro Parliament is doing this. Jokes aside, you know who she was before she was assigned to that position, her previous position. Until recently, she was head of the Ministry of Defense of the Netherlands. You understand, her experience in the sphere of human rights is colossal. As if. She knows that, does she know that the children were horribly killed, that their blood was transfused to German soldiers, that they were subjected to horrific experiments in Latvia and in Poland? Does she know that in these countries, particularly in Latvia, they are not referred to as concentration camps, as death camps of children, but as labor colony? Like, the children worked by giving the blood, as they are saying, to Nazi soldiers. These are schemes of immense order and lies of an immense order. And they probably don't know that these concentration camps were liberated by the Red Army, because this is the information that is restricted from distribution in the European Union, right? And how can you then compare the two countries, I mean our country and Nazi Germany, the Third Reich? If Russia liberated Europe, if they find out about this now from the Third Reich, it's not only about not knowing the history, is it? It's about showing deliberate, cynical course at calling the black thing a white thing and the white thing a black thing, to form a perception and make appropriate decisions accordingly.
Revision, all kinds of fakes and so on and so forth. But let us also recall the way the European Union truly treats the human rights issue through the example of what they have done to the Foundation for the Support of the contemporaries who live abroad, because they introduced and mentioned it into the sanction list of the European Union. What the foundation was doing, assisting people who ended up being in trouble, no matter the old or the young, all those who required help and support. They were helping to find lawyers, and quite often they offered financial assistance, and that was why they were written into the sanctions list, which actually, this is the second time that this foundation was written into these prohibitions, which were introduced and are still in place since 2023. But that is another interesting story. And by the way, do you know why this foundation was placed under not the restrictive measures or sanctions? Direct prohibition in the respective regulamen by the EC Council, black against white. It says that this time the foundation was punished for a consistent work against xenophobia and the attempts to falsify history within the current European realities. This kind of an activity, if it is related to Russia, immediately is being equaled, direct quote unquote, as a threat to the stability and unity of the European Union, by way of disinformation. If the rights are being violated based on the ethnic principle, what is the problem? What kind of nationality is there? Russians? This is no violation in this case, and that is why those who defend the rights of the Russians can be punished. That is a Nazism in its core. The European public must not know the truth, not only about the Ukrainian conflict, but also about the inconvenient pages in the history of Europe and the current troubling trends in the European Union itself related to the extreme manifestation of racism, the language of hate. Actually, just look at the way the anti-Semitism is gearing up there as well. The less available this information is, this kind, the simpler it will be to those who champion confrontation with Russia to replace historical facts, to slander and everything that they like and enjoy doing now. Let's talk about the so-called stolen Ukrainian children. What I would like to draw attention to, and you maybe would draw her attention to it, once again, I shall reiterate, if she's so worried about the fate of these or any kind of children, we are looking forward to receive information from her. The lists, the names, some sort of a descriptive part, but there is information that is already available to her, but she is not paying any heed to it. Let's together help her do this. You know, the office of the Ukrainian General Prosecutor, and I believe that this is the person that she can trust based upon their principles, has distributed the following information. Within these information and materials, it is noted, once again I'm saying, Ukrainian General Prosecutor's Office, in 2025 compared to 2024, the number of children who suffered from Russia, not from Russia, but from the lawlessness in the territory of Ukraine, grew 30% in various children's institutions, various sexual violence, abuse, non-provision of the healthcare, restrictions in taking food, undue living conditions, and many other things have been discovered. 214 criminal cases have been opened within the Ukraine itself. The children trafficking was discovered in Ukraine. 8 cases like that in 2025. Well, I suppose that this non-lady, Olive Green, should be interested in the fate of the Ukrainian children who were brought into the countries under her responsibility, the European countries. Let us also help her by making references to the Kiev authorities. Based on the data, this is the National Social Security Council, its proper name, National Social Service of the Ukraine. So based on its data in 2022, 292 orphanages were relocated from the territory of Ukraine. 96 of them went abroad by them. You know how many children were there? 4,811 kids. At the beginning of 2026, out of 1,340 children currently are remaining abroad. In Poland, 449, in Germany, 359, 112 in Italy, 100 in Spain, 178 in Austria, 64 in Romania, in Netherlands 33, in Israel 29, in Lithuania 27, in Turkey 7, in Croatia 7, 1 in Greece. Well, I mean, the Children's Ombudsman in Ukraine was telling about a systemic application of psychological and physical violence to Ukrainian children who are in Austria, Poland and Turkey. Now, where is this Olan Green? Where is she? Why didn't she speed up to fly to these countries and see these children? This is the official data coming from the Kiev regime. On March 2nd, Zelensky signed the Act 4779-9, which allows military administrations to evacuate children from the front line without their parents' consent. We spoke about it. 6 months after this evacuation, if the parents haven't reunited themselves with a child, they are no longer having the parental rights. So legal foundation was brought underneath the separation of a child from the family. So you can imagine that the Western functionaries concoct all kind of blatant lies about what happens to the underage in Ukraine, and that means that the child subject to them is just an instrument. All right, if this is it, let's move on. Yes, please. I'm not in the pool. My name is Igor Panarin, Volgograd Magazine. Maria Vladimirovna, I would like to have this opportunity, being here at our beloved St. Petersburg International Economic Forum yesterday, during the session dedicated to water problems. The ambassador, Mr. Kanuchenko, and mentioned that we have, in the world, we have no access to a safe potable water. I mean, 2 billion people, and another goodwill ambassador and an environmentalist, Vyacheslav Fetisov, he spoke out about a certain emotional, unexpected initiative to organize the process of water truce. This is an allusion to Rudyard Kipling, if you may recall. Clearly, we're not diplomats, we're not lawyers, we are the environmentalists, and we communicate by using certain notions, but maybe within this particular proposal by Vyacheslav Fetisov about the water truce, you may see here a certain rationale. Well, thank you very much. I would like to say that Vyacheslav Fetisov is the one that Ministry of Foreign Affairs is maintaining a very close contact with. We are interacting in every possible way. We are providing assistance and are grateful for the initiatives, and moreover, the initiatives that has already been done, which he, based on his natural talent, in a very creative kind of approach, promotes and implements. It's a great, brilliant idea of a truce within any context. The problem is in the different area, and the problem was that we announced so many truces and proposed and were ready to uphold it, but you see who and how undermines it. No matter how you describe this truce, the core thing in it is to be followed and observed, and that is the biggest wonder, the biggest riddle in this whole phenomenon taking place around Ukraine, when somehow they themselves are crying out loud endlessly about peace, but when they see a hand stretched out towards them during such a period, not that they not observe it, but engage in real terrorist acts. That is the problem, but otherwise that is a very nice looking and good kind of an initiative. Now, if I may, as far as I understand, we have the reporters who are attending this session online. To be honest, may I, for example, Town News Information Agency, let's hear that question, please. Good afternoon, Maria Vladimirovna. Town News Information Agency from Georgia. I've got only one question. Recently, in media, there was information that Tbilisi accused in espionage in the favor of 2 countries, including Russia, a Georgian citizen was arrested, the head of the Eurasia Institution, which is an NGO, who did a lot to strengthen Russian-Georgian relations. How would you comment on this? Yes, you know, I saw the news, and I asked my colleagues who are overseeing this, and they said that we very well know this particular person who throughout so many years publicly and sincerely, without concealing himself, hiding himself, was championing, overcoming disagreement between Georgia and Russia for normalization of bilateral relations, and who has done a lot, as my colleagues told me, to bring our 2 peoples closer together, starting our common past, and well as searching for those who died in action during the Second World War, and who promoted this invaluable contribution that the Georgian people made into the victory over fascism, conducting all of his communications and contacts openly. And I would like to say that he was arrested several days after he announced launching the project to monitor Russophobia in the Georgian public space. Seemingly, certain forces are interested in concealing the xenophobic trends from the public eye, and definitely we are concerned for his situation, because I was able to find out that his old and father who is ill is dependent upon him, so we're laying hopes very much upon an independent assessment that the Georgian authorities are going to do, but I'm just simply sharing my opinion in answer to a question. Yes, please. Hello. Izvestia, Yulia Vozintseva. The UN is facing the biggest financial crisis during the past decade, and by August this year it may exhaust all its resources. The biggest debtors to it are China and US, which account for almost 50% of the UN budget. Lack of funding already led to layoff of people, closure of different programs, and termination of peacemaking operation. May one state that the efficiency of the UN mechanisms is being put under a doubt? And is there a risk that UN peacemaking missions will be either terminated or considerably limited? You know, I can only confirm that there is such a problem, and currently the UN is going through a lot of problems with contributions that the UN Secretariat is describing to its membership as the crisis of liquidity. Alongside with that, they do note certain improvements, specifically this year. You mentioned debtors. I don't have any information about China. I will definitely further look into that, but I simply would like to say that the overall debt from the member nations over the previous financial period into the regular UN budget is 2.6 billion US. So can you imagine who? I mean, I am, without direct questions, I can tell you how much US owes, but there is another important figure. The UN budget to support peacekeeping operations, the arrears, 2.8 billion US dollars. And I would like to say that the cumulative overdues from the US only into the regular UN budget throughout the whole of the UN existence at this point in time, it's a scary figure, exceeds 2 billion US. So can you imagine this? Once again, let's revisit the first quoted figures. The debt of all of the member nations is altogether 2.6, out of which 2 billion is what US owes, which claimed itself to be, as they are saying, an exclusive leader, the most important one in the whole universe, while the peacekeeping fund, where the overall debt is 2.8 billion, you know how much US accounts for? 2.3 billion. So how can you treat this? Based on the previous years, Washington, D.C. delays payments until the end of the calendar year and does it on a regular basis. I do remember the statement by one of our movie actresses, Nemoleva, in the Office Romance movie. You remember how you made such a nice food order in a restaurant, and then it turned out that you didn't have any money to pay for it? Yeah, very suitable for this case. Russia adheres to being true on its financial obligations. The payments we make is under the law, and that is against the situation when the sanctions are being introduced against us, when technically we are made incapable of making such payments. Well, we're overcoming these difficulties together with the Secretariat in UN. We are able to find the ways to do it. Just to mention the level of accountability and responsibility, contributions over the previous year into the regular UN budget have been successfully transferred in full amount in terms of budgets for the peacekeeping button, as far as the risk is concerned, whereby the peacekeeping missions can be put on hold or restrained. In this particular issue, we keep being cautiously optimistic amongst the member countries, and within the international institution there is a bit of a resilience and expertise in order not to allow for the collapse of the existing system. Undoubtedly, the UN mechanism requires to be adjusted, upgraded, and renewed, something that is underway. All of these processes are underway. But of course, the key to the resolution of the existing problems, first and foremost, in the area of the financial discipline of the part of the countries which are represented there, and actually very broadly represented, if one should bring it down to the level of occupation, are represented at the level of Secretariat in its key positions. So you made a nice payment and then you ran out of money. Well, you have to pay regularly and timely, and we're calling upon all of the UN members, first and foremost upon those who have such colossal debts, to make the necessary contributions on a timely basis. All right, let's move on, please. Good afternoon, Maria Vladimirovna. News.ru publication, internet publication. For example, Peter Magyar, the Prime Minister in Hungary, assured NATO that his country continues to refuse to supply Ukraine with any weapons or material. EC commented by saying that it won't give up on the Russian gas. What is the Moscow's attitude towards the position of the new Hungarian administration on the Russian gas and its refusal to supply Kiev with weapons? Well, you know, you've really put up a lot of topics to consideration. It's not just simply our position that we like someone and we dislike somebody else. Our principal position is in an impermissibility to finance international terrorism. It is absolutely evident to everybody that the Kiev regime is engaged in terrorist activities. The ideology pursued is based upon the Nazi principles. And any country which is financing such atrocities and supplies weapons in the first place, politically supports, is an accomplice. It is a participant in financing international terrorist activities. Now, with regard to the energy issue, Brussels remains intent on giving up on the Russian energy. Irrespective of the interests of the member countries, they're not really paying any heed to it. If you remember, in January, the European Union adopted the regulation on a staged termination of the import of the Russian natural gas no later than November 2027. Having fully ignored the opinions of Slovakia and Hungary, actually others also have certain opinions, but they are afraid to voice them. De facto sanction limitations have been cleared as a trade measure by the qualified majority, bypassing the principle of consensus, which has always been considered solid. And that helped to close eyes upon the interests of Budapest and Bratislava. In response, on the 2nd of February, Hungary submitted a claim against it to the European Court to reject it and compensate all of the legal fees that it will have to take on. At this point in time, based on June 2nd, this claim is being considered. On April 24th, similar kind of claim was submitted by Slovakia. This is a politically motivated rejection on the part of the European Union from the Russian energy, which contradicts not only the founding principles of the association, but also the economic rationale, and most importantly, the rationale of the energy security that there's so much worried about. I do believe that it is all visible through the EC statistics. Look, if you compare the indicators of the gas price and the energy average throughout the European Union and separately in Hungary, then according to the recently published data by the European Office of Statistics, in the second half of 2025, prices for gas for the Hungarian households, considering taxation, were 3.6 times lower than the average level of pricing in European Union, 34 euros for 1 megawatt hour, against 122, even more than that, practically 123 euros for 1 megawatt hour, while the electricity power are 2.7 times lower than in the European Union. 108.2 euros against 288 euros per megawatt hour. This is the lowest price level that have been registered in the European Union countries, and specifically in Hungary. I mean, we are registering this statement by the new Hungarian leadership, and as far as the relationship with our country is concerned, as well as towards the Ukraine and around it, we are coming from an understanding that the Hungarian authority will be guided by this measure of responsibility that the Hungarian people vested into it, and following the interests of the Hungarian people. We will definitely be following specific actions and words, but that's what we meant to say in answer to your question.
Yes, please. Hello, Maria Vladimirovna. I'm from Crystal International Reporters. Today, Latin American countries are showing a lot of interest towards the new formats for international cooperation. Which international cooperation possibilities do you see for the new generation with Russia? Is there a potential for the future? Exactly speaking about Peru and Russia. You know, we have amazing relations with the countries of the region and the youth of the region. We cooperate across all areas. One of the things we do with Latin American countries is higher education. On an annual basis, we provide the citizens of these countries state stipends to study in Russia. The most popular specialties are management, healthcare, economy, high-tech, IT, etc. I think these cooperation areas are highly demanded by the youth of the region. I'll give you a number of examples. There is a Brazilian city, Joinville, where we have the School of the Bolshoi Theater that's been functioning, which has been up and running for 20 years. We spoke about this. There's material available. Also, it is in the same country where, under the auspices of the Moscow Conservatory, we have a musical school named after Tchaikovsky in Fortaleza. 2015, that's the year that marked signing of the cooperation between the State Russian Museum and the National Council for Cultural Heritage of the Ministry of Culture of Cuba. There is an agreement on creating in Havana the Center for Russian Language, Art and Culture. Higher educational establishment contexts continue to flourish. Academic and scientific and practical cooperation is established between the Moscow State University, the Moscow People's Friendship, the University of People's Friendship, the St. Petersburg State University, Diplomatic Academy, a couple of educational establishments from Moscow, Voronezh, Samara, Yekaterinburg, Kursk, Rostov-on-Don, and the other Russian cities deal with their counterparts in various countries. Russia Today and Sputnik works a lot with the region. There's broadcasting done in our languages. Satellite TV is available. TASS operates in the region. I already mentioned Sputnik here. The Latin American languages are being used to broadcast, and our material is well on demand. Yes, please. Andrea Lucci, Televisione TV Italy, sorry. Can the application of Western arms or its components to strike Russia, including the terrorist attack in Starobelsk, lead to consequences for the NATO countries in the nearest time frame? Thank you. I see the depth of your question. But 2 hours would not be enough for me to even scratch the surface. The consequences that you speak of are being created, are being forged by the NATO countries by themselves. We spoke about their economics, we spoke about militarization that squeezes the countries dry of the European Union countries. You've heard of the expression, monkey business. So instead of investing into economy, culture, education, healthcare, what they do is they're not just improving their defense opportunities, they are getting armed to the teeth, and they create consequences for the military, they create prerequisites for the military conflict. The questions you ask me should better be addressed to the citizens of the European Union, because it's all done for the money of the European Union citizens. The NATO had stolen opportunities, had stripped the European countries of opportunities to continue doing business with Russia. In particular, for the Italian business, it's of detrimental effect. So what have you got in return as Italian citizens for being involved in the anti-Russia activity? First and foremost, you got people who call themselves Ukrainian refugees. I congratulate you with this, because now it's your pain, and it's not a financial and economic problem, it's more of a social issue now, and it's fallen into your hands. What have you got in terms of energy security? Your energy security received a blow that it cannot shake itself off. You see the prices soaring for energy and fuel, which again translates into the product prices. You've had our humanitarian ties severed, and tourist flows had gone down because you are forced to impose limitations our people who cannot come to your countries because our payment and settlement systems had been blocked. People are not coming to your country because the Italian government participates in financing the Ukrainian regime. What's it in for you? What are you getting from it? When you've been told that Russia violates the human rights or performs the acts of aggression against Ukraine, I've given you examples of what Ukrainian regime does. And I've shown you how human rights have been violated for decades there. But for some reason, people turn their blind eye on that. So the consequences are being forged as we speak by them at that very historical moment. And it would have been nice if it wasn't me telling you about the consequences. It would have been nice if it was an eye-opener for the European citizens, and it's time for them to be outspoken and ask questions to their own government. I told you when in 2022 tanks had been supplied, armed vehicles had been supplied. You know what's been said? That it will bring the conflict to a close with the Ukrainian regime coming to the top. Some European countries had even said that it will open up new potential for economic development, that now Russia could be dictated after the alleged Ukrainian win. But you know how it came to be. So the question shouldn't be asked to me, it should be asked to your own people, to your own citizens, to the leadership of your country, and of course political parties. Almeidin, do I remember it correctly? Good afternoon. Hello. Thank you very much for organizing a trip to Lugansk, because it gave us a lot of opportunities to prove to our viewers that the terrorist attacks had been there. And there's one school of thought, one principle of non-philosophy of the West. Yesterday I spoke to Rick Sanchez, who was attending us on that trip, who was following us on that trip. And he told me that he approached many people who were there and he asked them the same question. What's next to this college? What is located next to that college that would have been of military interest? And he said that not a single person, no one. And he addressed people who had been pushed to the extreme by that tragedy. And when people are pushed to the extreme, when they're stressed and exacerbated, when they're being stressed and they are being, because their kids have died. He said that not a single person could ever locate, could ever show at something in the nearby location that would have at least remotely have something that is of military significance or of military importance. There is no military warehousing, nothing. And the second thing that I would like to say here, they've been heating knowing that they're killing kids. Moreover, they've been trying to kill those who were trying to save and salvage those kids. What are we even talking about? Should have been a military target, or at least something that is presumed a military target by the other side. They would have never agreed to secondary blows and secondary attacks, secondary shelling on those who were saving the kids from the rubble. So that logic fails, especially when you arrive to the spot and when you've observed and seen that there's nothing on the spot that the Kiev regime claims to be. That's exactly what happens. So they hit for the second time. They hit the kids and families in Lebanon. And a second question, Israel constantly threatens and constantly shells cities and cultural objects from the UNESCO heritage list. For example, there is a city in Lebanon that they're hitting. So how does Russia treat those strikes? Our view on the situation, Israel's activities in Lebanon are well known. We have been voicing them many times.
В русло политико-дипломатического регулирования. Продвигаем этот подход как в ходе двусторонних контактов с зарубежными партнерами, так и в рамках работы на международных площадках. Наше видение путей выхода из ливанского кризиса было подробно изложено постпредом России при ООН Василием Небензей на
cultural monuments of the country. It's impossible to speak when kids and children are being killed to push the cultural monuments to the top of the agenda, but we cannot stay silent when we see that the overall logic of destruction never ceases. We can see how the monuments are being destroyed. We share the concerns of UNESCO. And our view on that had already been reported on the 29th of May, where the Crusaders' castle next to Bafu had been hit, which needs to be protected according to the Convention of 1954 on the protection of cultural values in case of an armed conflict. The city of Tyre, the threat of destroying it also is being set out there. During any conflict, the parties should make whatever it takes, should undertake whatever efforts to protect those objects of culture. The barbarian destruction of such monuments is inadmissible. We call on ceasefire right away. We call on removing the Israeli forces from the Lebanon territory. It would have allowed to settle in a political manner and diplomatic manner based on the resolution of 1701 of the Council of the Security Council of the UN, where the obligations of the parties are clearly prescribed. We continue to support the unity and territorial integrity of the Lebanese Republic. We are ready to cooperate with regional and international partners. We see it possible to continue our efforts to ensure that the overall situation is settled. Do we have Uzbekistan? Do we have Sputnik Uzbekistan now online? Good afternoon. EFCA Yermashina, Uzbekistan, Sputnik. I have a question. Our national football team, the only CIS team, will soon participate in the World Cup. Will the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia favor Uzbekistan during the Mundial? Is it okay if we support you wholeheartedly? Is it okay if we put our whole heart to that? Because we really want to sincerely support, and there's a lot of happiness about it. That's a great sporting achievement, and there's no irony in my words. We'll definitely be rooting for Uzbekistan. We'll be shouting out. Uzbekistan is a friendly country, is a brotherhood country. We have close relations and contacts between the citizens of the two countries. There's a lot of cultural and humanitarian projects being done jointly, regular bilateral meetings. On the 4th of June in St. Petersburg, there will be contacts between our two parties that we are looking forward to. Not just that, there is another interesting project related to the energy sphere, and I think we'll hear about some developments today, but that's for the administration of our president to say something about that. Now, when it comes to Uzbekistan participating in the World Cup, Football World Cup, we're extremely happy for you, and we wish you all the best. And another thing that I would like to say, we wish you to have positive emotions when your team participates in the World Cup games. Thank you so much. We have a next question now.
German television. One question. Right now, at the moment, we have in Germany one of the incompetent and most dangerous governments in the world. The relations with...
Это ваша проблема.
Well, that's your problem. That's your problem to have, not ours. I'm really sorry for that.
Cultural and economical relations are almost destroyed. Do you see, from the Russian point of view, do you see any chance to repair these relationships, and if yes, under which conditions? Thank you.
You know what? I don't really want to exercise fantasizing. What I want to say are some really concrete and specific things, and I should be brief. Before even starting to speak about normalizing our relations, about improving the format thereof, there's just two things that I would like to utter. First, we used to have some amazing potential for dealing with Germany. And these are not just empty words. We had some specific and concrete projects that were saw through, and they should have been carried out just recently. Everything's been cut and severed, and it weathered just because Germany was not able to stand for its political sovereignty. It was not able to defend itself against damaging consequences of the ultra-liberal impact that the US Obama-Biden administration imposed on them. Therefore, we used to have some great, bright future ahead, some beautiful opportunities, breakthroughs in our bilateral relations, supported by mutually beneficial cooperation and collaboration across various areas. I cannot but name a single area where our relations did not reap fruit. Another thing that I would like to say, any conversations about the future are only possible when the official Berlin will state about the inadmissibility of organizing terroristic attacks against our countries, when they will condemn such terrorist attacks and they will put a stop to sponsoring international terrorism. And only then we might start fathoming about restoring our bilateral relations, especially when this red folder is being seen by everybody but Chancellor Merz. Maybe you can take that folder. I'll be happy to pass it on. I'll be happy to give it to you so that you could pass it on to him. Would you be able to do this? Will you be able to come back to Berlin and just show him the pictures of those kids? They are available both online and offline. But here I have them printed. And I sincerely offer you this. It's a real proposal. Take those pictures with you, show them to the Germans, and send them to Merz. Tell him that's a present from Maria Zakharova. Thank you.
All right, Reuters, online. Hello, Maria. I'm sorry, Reuters is online, but we are going to get back to you shortly. Hello, Maria, we're here. And our question is connected with Armenia. You have touched upon this topic today in the briefing, but nevertheless, a number of observers, for example, Ursula von der Leyen, are calling the measures that Russia takes to curb the import from Armenia a punishment for pro-West activities of Yerevan, from the side of Yerevan. But Pashinyan, when he was talking with his electors, Armenia's partners are threatening the country. Do you think this statement is true and justified about this policy that Russia is allegedly following in relation to Yerevan? I sincerely thank you that you used the word allegedly, because otherwise my answer would have been different. But you did exercise restraint and showed professionalism when you used the words, when you uttered these words as a quote. And you said that some observers are calling these things a punishment for pro-West sentiments of Yerevan's. But when did we not have restrictions when we didn't have restrictions from of imports from Armenia, was it back then? Was this like a reward? Was this overlooked? Was this the norm? In our understanding, there is such a thing as a development of bilateral relations, and there are problems in these bilateral relations, and they can be resolved through political and diplomatic contacts, through sincere and trustful dialogue that we've always had with Armenia. And I also have a second question. What is the name of that these observers, as you say, give to the 35,000 sanctions that are being imposed on our country? Are they also called the policy of the whip? Are they asking themselves the questions, is this policy objective? Is this productive? Is it bearing fruit? Or maybe we should use not the stick but the carrot? When we were helping Armenia across all sectors, energy, culture, humanitarian connections, providing opportunities for the citizens of this country to use the goods that Russia can provide, finance, trade, energy, by the way. You can ask what is the price that Yerevan pays for certain resources and how much money they're saving on it. How are ethnic Armenians feeling in the territory of our countries, or those people who have the Armenian citizenship but have the opportunity to live and work in Russia? So when all of this for decades has been happening for decades, how do these observers call it? Why aren't they saying that Russia gave too many carrots, right? Or maybe they should ask the question, maybe they're becoming allergic to our carrots. Why are you saying this? Why are you using cliches? Thank you. We have just deconstructed and destroyed these cliches. So I'd like to cut all possible insinuations on that matter and reconfirm that imposing sanctions, unlawful sanctions, bypassing the monitoring organizations, this is not our method, and we're against this policy, against any state. Even when we were not imposed sanctions upon, we were against the sanctions on Cuba for decades. We were against unlawful sanctions against any other country, and we always suggested to discuss this issue on within the UN Security Council. So the statement that Moscow is not exercising the right behavior towards Armenia is distorted logic. And it's frankly unacceptable, because you have to come up with this idea. What is the manner in which our behavior is not correct in some point, in some way? We are engaging in dialogue, in cooperation with Armenia. What threat to Armenia from Russia is there to speak of if we have supported the Republic for years and we have been its security? We're guaranteed its security, and people who have Armenian citizenship, or Armenians that have families in Armenia but parts of their families are in Russia, ask them. They are going to be the ones who are going to talk about the carrots that, as you say, that we gave to Armenia for decades. As for particular restrictions that are now in place, they were imposed and accompanied by appropriate comments. And I'm sorry, but we are asking this question very respectfully. What are Armenia's plans? This is a normal question. This is a totally normal question. I gave you an example when I was talking to journalists, and everyone is, in the waiting area, and they are waiting to board a plane. to get from point A to point B. And then among the passengers that everyone of which has boarding passes that they bought themselves, that they were not pressured into buying, and one of these passengers says that they're not going to point B, but point C. And everyone else is asking, okay, why did you buy this ticket? Why are you boarding this plane then? And if they know that they're going to point C, what is going to happen to them when they board the plane that is going to point B? Are they going to, I'm sorry, but are they going to come out of the plane in mid-flight by, you know, taking out the plane window or the pressure door? So this is a normal question. If you go into point C, okay, but take another flight. Don't check in your luggage and send it to the plane so that everyone else does not have to anticipate being cast out of the plane. So this is a normal logical reaction of the countries who are responsible about their relationship, who publicly and for a long time diplomatically have been trying to understand where today's administration of Armenia is going. If they are not joining this, so to speak, union, this is their position. Okay, but they are a part of a collective community. They have responsibilities. They have other things that they have to do. So I am strongly against these not accusations, but phrases, let's put them like that. Oh, I'm sorry. From Peru, right? Journalist from Peru. Thank you very much. My name is Carlos. I am from Peru. First and foremost, I'd like to say that today we are going through a period of transitioning to the multipolar world that is opening great opportunities for many people of the world, but there are serious threats as well. For example, we are seeing the reiteration of the Monroe Doctrine that is detrimental to the interests of Latin America. What offer is the Russian Federation ready to make to the countries of Latin America? The Russian Federation has made the offer to all countries of the world to develop mutually beneficial, mutually respectful cooperation based on international law. And while doing this, to understand what direction the world is going into as multipolar cooperation, not being controlled by one or two decision-making centers, but based on the possibilities, the opportunities of other countries of the world through the joining of potentials, through the historic experience, through regional options, to formulate naturally, not artificially, but naturally, these centers. And by that, in combination of these two areas and sectors, we are ready to develop relationships with the countries that are following the same approaches, without, making other countries adopt our ideology or our state structure. Of course not. We are talking that based upon respect to the history, to the traditions and rights of each other, based on international law. We are ready to build this relationship, and the world already now is trying to form this multipolar future. This offer has been made. As for Latin America, I have given you a couple of direct examples, and I'd like to say that even here at SPIF, there is a set of events connected with Latin America, and traditionally here at the forum there are a lot of delegations from Latin American countries, and there is a Latin America section, business dialogues, Russia, Cuba, Russia, Brazil. There are a number of other events planned, meeting with partners from Latin America, entering into agreements with partners from Latin America, discussing new practical steps that you mentioned in your question. We are open to Latin American businesses and companies. We are interested in being in the region's markets. We have many things to offer: trade, business, and the development of the Commission on Research and Trade Cooperation. They work with 11 states of Latin America and the Caribbean. These are large-scale formats where people discuss and make concrete decisions on cooperation. In February, we created a commission, a higher-level commission with Brazil. Chambers of commerce, non-for-profit organizations play a huge role. For example, the Russian Committee for fostering the cooperation between Russia and Latin America, by the way, a traditional participant of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. Thank you. Next. Hello, Bolt News Interfax. Our question is, in the south of Serbia, the Platinum Wolf military exercises started in South Serbia, as I said, with NATO armies. Considering that in May, Serbia and NATO held military exercises, what is your evaluation of the intensity of cooperation between Serbia and the alliance? NATO have been seeing the Balkans not even as the sphere of interest, but I think this is a fitting term for this situation. This is a new cooperation of the willing. They are willing to be in the Balkans. They don't want to work with the Balkans. They just are willing to have the Balkans. They need the Balkans. They cannot conceal their temptation. This is a frontier that has to be overtaken, and they want to bend it to their will. And we're not even talking about separate countries of that alliance that would like to start cooperating with the Balkans. They have this opportunity as countries. No, these are aspirations of Washington, of the powers that be, that think that the Balkans have to be submiss as well, that their exclusivity has to cover this region of the world as well. Of course, they have a special interest towards Serbia. This is a historic interest. This is an intention to rip this friendly state from Russia. They are not even hiding this. They cannot understand that by ripping Serbia from Russia, they are ripping it apart. They're ripping Serbia apart. It's really impossible to answer that question, because Serbia and Russia, the Serbians and the Russians and the peoples of our countries are connected by such amounts of history that if you start to inject this poison of misinformation to the Serbians about Russia, this is going to have detrimental consequences, because the body is not going to accept this toxin. They don't understand this. They don't understand the situation around Ukraine. They don't understand what Donbass is, what Novorossiya or New Russia is historically. They wanted to do this experiment. Look what came out of it. Belgrade is adamant about not joining military alliances, and they are exercising multifaceted external policy. But this doesn't sit well with NATO. They don't want Serbia's policy to be multifaceted. They want to be the masters of Serbia. They are ramping up their efforts in order to drag Serbia into their orbit. And they are promising Serbia to accept them to the European Union, not do this, and then, like a snake, they're constricting Serbia with these rings of, so to speak, NATO's love. In Yugoslavia in 1999, there was tremendous destruction and tremendous amounts of death. And many Serbians suffered from, as we mentioned today, uranium that was contained in the shells, but that doesn't interest NATO. They are just keeping onto their position. Belt News, please. Hello, Maria. Thank you for this opportunity to ask my question. The head of Latvia's foreign ministry offered to include Lukoil to anti-Russian sanctions, and how these ambitions, how do these ambitions compare to the real weight of Lithuania? I'm sorry, not Latvia, Lithuania in Brussels, or are they just voicing the decisions made previously? I think that out of the statement from this person and his cronies, at the briefing I cannot quote them, but Sergei Lavrov gave a direct answer.
Их за рамками внимания, поскольку главная задача подобных будресов каким-то образом подтвердить, что они существуют. Ну, мне кажется, что тут еще, собственно говоря, добавлять. Абсолютно неадекватно.
In being able to solve the key problems which up till now deter the launching of this dialogue between us. You know, to be honest, you have the right to, entitled to raise any question, but you are representing Georgia, the country with such a culture, with such a history. Why would you want to connect Russia's relationship with other countries? Because your country is valuable in itself, your culture is incomparable, and our joint history is so rich. Why do we need to have somebody third in it? Yeah, I do agree with you. So let us discuss the way, I mean, I cannot say building a relationship considering very specific political assessment that they get due to the severance of diplomatic relationship, but we can and should talk about context, because we are striving to build such contacts with Georgia on the good neighborly, mutual respectful relations. A lot has already been done in trade and, thank God, transportation communication. With so much hard work, we're had either the Georgian people or the Russian people pushing forward towards this outcome, the ones who have ethnic relationship, cultural connections, family relations with Georgia and Russia, because that met with the resistance on the part of those in Georgia who have been definitely underwritten, not on the basis of the anti-Russian position, but rather an anti-Georgian position. Tourism and travel, humanitarian relations are already underway. And so such connections in different areas is a great trend that is becoming stronger. And I should say that the decisions made by the President of Russia back in 2023 to renew the air communication and suspending short-term trip visas for the Georgian Russian was the predication for that, who now can see with their own eyes, and in this particular case I would like to say this is the kind of a phrase that I'm using quite rarely, but whenever I do it with a joy, because truth does have a value to it, which is the price for an air ticket, and not only, please come around and take a look, because so many falsehoods have been told to the young generation about the Russians' attitude toward Georgians. So much nonsense over this period has been disseminated in Georgia, and even attempts have been made to do the same thing. I mean, this is disinformation in Russia. So come around in person and take a look, because our citizens are traveling to Georgia and doing it with a lot of enjoyment. Now, in order to further strengthen humanitarian connection, in October 2024, the visa-free regime was given to the Georgian citizens who come here for the purpose of working or education. You can't imagine how much of a drama it was, because the families were located in between the two countries and they couldn't enjoy a normal travel to each other. So that was an incredible tragedy every time we tried to help and do something about it. My goodness, I do hope that this is already past us. Yes, thank God. And I shall again say we are ready to further expand our relationship with Georgia, but that should be a two-way street. You mentioned about the very powerful expectation that the Georgian society have towards the renewal of dialogue and overcoming the existing difficulties. And we're not intending to meddle in anybody's domestic affairs. Georgia's definitely not. And realistically, we cherish hope that the current Georgian authorities, who are trying to pursue a very pragmatic policy, will simply listen to the voice of their people and will see the true opportunities and the real future, and will definitely make the most out of it. Thank you so much, and thank you. Newsfront. Hello, Maria Vladimirovna. Yes, hello. Yes, hello. If I may ask you one question. Alexander Botnikov, the director of the FSB of Russia, stated that the development of the AI technology raises the risk of the bioterrorist attacks. Now, considering the existence of U.S. biolaboratories in the territory of Ukraine and the CIS countries, which continue to operate in developing various projects without any control, has Russia ever discussed with the CIS countries what needs to be done about it? I have already expressed myself about it, because we maintain very close cooperation with our partners within the CIS space in order to ensure biological security. We regularly concert our efforts with our colleagues within the context of very dangerous military biological activities by Washington. We engage core mechanism within the member countries of the Collective Security Treaty, specifically within the domain of biological security. Another meeting took place on June 1st in Saratov. This dialogue also is being done as part of the bilateral contacts with our immediate allies and strategic partners in the post-Soviet space within a country individual format. We interact with the CIS member countries following the topic that you mentioned, are multi-tier and very comprehensive. In its foundation is a very sincere dialogue, friendly relations, and the true intent to prevent the trouble, because what is a biological laboratory, particularly the one which is not subordinate to the legislature, which is closed and non-transparent? That is, of course, is a very fearful thing. Thank you very much. Are we having Vestnik from Kavkaz, the Caucasian Herald agency? Yes, good afternoon, Maria Vladimirovna. In Azerbaijan, the Baku Energy Week took place that Russian companies attended, and there was a Made in Russia stand as part of the show. Also, on the fringes of this forum, the Tatarstan delegation held meeting with the Minister of Economic Development of Azerbaijan, opening the Sumgait Industrial Park. How does Russia interact with Azerbaijan in the economic cooperation, and what is the future of the Russian regional cooperation with Baku? We positively evaluate our work with Baku in trade in economics because we have enormous opportunities and so many projects have been implemented, and there is a lot of future. Most importantly, this fruitful work is of a mutually beneficial nature, and a very vivid confirmation to that is yet another 24th meeting of Bilateral Intergovernmental Commission on Economic Cooperation, which I should emphasize successfully took place on April 16th in Zangilan. We have reached agreements on implementing mutually beneficial joint projects, and I would like to particularly highlight that the contribution into strengthening bilateral economic relation comes from the work we do at the interregional level, because more than 70 Russian regions are involved in it. But in this context, we can only welcome the forthcoming yet another 13th Russian-Azerbaijan Interregional Cooperation Forum. Overall, Moscow is aiming for the development of the whole comprehensive set of relationships, because that responds to the interests of our people, and we believe it is necessary in the immediate future to relaunch full-bodied cooperation in cultural and humanitarian area after a certain pause that took place. And so we are following a whole number of initiatives we have discussed at a high level. We're willing for the 11 Russian citizens which were put into custody last year, and we are maintaining continuous contact with their family members as well as the lawyers, and we continue our dialogue with the Azerbaijan side, covering all issues. Thank you very much. Now, the Soyuzny TV channel, is it with us? I understand this is going to be our last question. Yes, hello, Maria Vladimirovna, Irina, the producer. I have the following question. Last week, during the meeting of the Parliamentary Commission, a digital integration into the Union state was discussed, specifically mutual recognition of the electronic digital signature and the legal power of such a document in cross-border interaction. We all know to what extent the businesses require such services, and ordinary citizens as well. Could you please tell us, there is an understanding at this point in time when it is being expected and for this preparatory work to be completed? Well, you know, it's not very much our issue, because I can tell you as part of implementing the main provisions within the creation of the Union State by the Decree 2426 adopted by the High Council, the development of a common digital space is continuously being pursued as a common objective for the creation of equal opportunities for citizens and businesses. The mutual recognition of electronic digital signature, without a doubt, is one of the most relevant current issues within this context, and towards the end of the 2024 respective treaty was ratified by our countries, and so the practical execution of it will become an important step towards a full electronic documentation exchange, strengthening the stability in settlements against the growing external pressure. Now, in as far as the details are concerned, you should direct this question to the Ministry of Digital Communication, which is the head government agency. So if you forward your detailed question, then together we'll be able to prepare the respective response to it. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, dear colleagues and friends. I am grateful to you for your attention. Many, many thanks, and see you next time. Thank you as well.